From the beginning of time, humans have always looked towards the sky for inspiration and guidance. There has been a fascination with birds, stars, gods, goddesses, and other entities which seem to exist above us, and for many humans, a strong yearning to travel into space. Man has dreamt of flight since observing space, and now it is time to become the space traveller. The future of space travel requires us to understand from where we came, to see where we are going.
Several thousand years ago, philosophers Mozi and Lu Ban from China were looking to the wind for flight. They invented kites using silk and bamboo, allowing for the later development of communication, measuring distances, testing the wind, and lifting men.
The invention of the kite brought with it the desire to fly. The first known attempts at flight were typically by leaping off towers, known as tower jumping. People in China, India, and Europe first attempted flight this way.
In 1670, Francesco Lana de Tarzi published a book that showed some interesting concepts. The concept of copper foil in a sphere with a vacuum would produce a vacuum airship. This is still not possible with today's materials. Francesco is recognized as the father of aeronautics, melding science and mathematics into aerial navigation.
The Chinese are believed to have developed the first hot air device. The Chinese lantern using hot air from a candle can take flight and was first used for signalling. The hot air balloon achieved the first human lift and advanced to what we know of as the Zeppelin.
The first attempts at flight in a heavier-than-air flying machine were made by more than just the Wright brothers. Most attempts failed, however, they were the stepping stones for what was to come later. The oldest airport, College Park, is still in operation today.
Airplanes evolved rapidly through the century, from propeller to helicopter to jet aircraft, and most of that technology is used today.
During the Second World War, Germany developed rockets that could go a limited distance. The basic rocket technology used then is still used today. The space race started with the Soviet Union and the USA in 1957 and led to many developments for the next step, the moon.
The spacecraft assigned as Apollo 11 was the first spacecraft to have landed on the moon. The space shuttle operated at tremendous cost. Burning the fuel proved to be wasteful and dangerous technology. The International Space Station, ISS, is a habitable artificial satellite that was assembled in low Earth orbit in 1998 with the use of the space shuttle. The ISS can often be seen with the naked eye from Earth.
SpaceX, as a private aerospace producer and space transportation services company, was founded in 2002 by Elon Musk with the goal of reducing space transportation costs and enabling the colonization of Mars. SpaceX reuses the first stage of their primary rocket, Falcon 9, by vertical propulsive landings. Although, up to present time, it still uses the rocket fuel burning technology. Mehran Keshe has always said, the time for burning fuels is over, but did we need to start with that technology in the first place?
Ancient cultures have suggested the use of an alternative means of transportation. With reference to possible plasma technology,
you can go to New York from Brussels within 2 to 5 minutes. And most of this 5 minutes is actually landing and getting up.
Mehran Tavakkoli Keshe was born in Iran in 1958. As the son of an X-ray engineer, he was introduced to the world of radiation and nuclear science at a very young age. In 1981, he graduated from Queen Mary, the University of London, as a nuclear engineer specialized in reactor technology system control. At that time, he developed a number of theoretical ideas related to more simple nuclear concepts and their applications. In 2002, he decided to finish the full design of his ideas about nuclear technology. This included the creation and control of gravity and energy by the use of nuclear materials in a clean and safe hydrogen reactor. Mehran Keshe introduced the concept of double magnetic fields to explain the magnetic and gravitational field of Earth.
Unknown by the existing scientific community, he wrote a number of scientific papers in 2004 and sent them for peer review, such as the creation of black holes. When one of the persons performing the peer review used his information in public, he decided to draw back his papers and to concentrate further on building prototypes.
Since the beginning of 2006, several prototypes of dynamic reactors have been built, some specifically designed to create hovering effects, similar to effects seen with magnetic levitation. Basic hovering effects have been achieved. 2007 brought the first flight test with radioactive material, in which the patents describe the process of the field interactions.
The main patent, Gravitational and Energy System, described the initial fundamental aspects of the plasma and uses. This was followed by the supplemental patent, Microplasma Reactors, where further uses and advancements were described. Mr. Keshe found himself in Iran in 2008 and was provided all the resources needed to create the first lift of a plasma reactor managed by the Iranian government. These special rotating gas reactors were used to control the plasma. To bring a deeper understanding, Mr. Keshe released the first book in 2009, The Universal Order of Creation of Matters, which contained many new concepts released to the public. This included the PMTIC plasma magnetic fields, initial fundamental plasma and plasma dilution technology used for space reactors. The plasma technology was further developed and it manifested in weight fluctuation in a controlled environment. 2010 introduced a new state of matter called GANS, an acronym for gas in nanosolid state. The GANS produces fields to be used in the operation of the spaceship. Advanced flight tests were performed in Iran with the guidance of Mr. Keshe and the newly designed systems.
Mr. Keshe tells us you can't bring all the doctors with you in space. Medical research advanced in 2010 and is still being explored daily all around the world. The Keshe Foundation has provided knowledge for dealing with many medical conditions in space.
A great example of plasma technology used for peaceful process is the capturing of the USA drone over Iran in December 2011. This drone was touted as one of the most advanced drones of its day, and was caught by Iran using plasma to disrupt the communications. Plasma absorbs fields, and the drone uses radio fields for piloting, a natural aspect of the plasma, a barrier of fields.
Book 2, The Structure of the Light, was released in 2011. This book brought forward the understanding of the structure of light as a cylindrical plasma where the light is in possession of all magnetic field strengths. Book 3, The Origin of the Universe, was published later in 2011. Mr. Keshe explained the further operation and interaction of different strengths of the same fields, which then leads to the creation of the universe. These 3 books bring forward a much deeper understanding of the plasma science that is applied worldwide by knowledge seekers and scientists in spaceship research and development.
There were 2 conferences to release the space technology to governments in 2012. The first international presentation in April, Keshe Foundation invited representatives of every country to the first presentation of the plasma technology. The second international presentation in September, Keshe Foundation invited the nations of the world through their ambassadors and their leaders to attend a gathering at the Keshe Foundation Center in Nenov, Belgium.
Space travel requires peace. The implementation of the plasma technology brings greater responsibility. In 2013, Mr. Keshe brought forward the World Peace Treaty. Signing of the Peace Treaty is a confirmation from yourself to your soul to act correctly in a peaceful manner.
In 2014, knowledge seekers came together from around the world to learn from Mr. Kesh, and many different experiments with reactors were performed, including improving the previously developed reactors to fit with the new knowledge, introduction of nano-coated reactors, multi-core GaN systems. The Spaceship Institute lab experiments were streamed live on the internet for all to see. SSI lab tests with reactors showed strong magnetic field pulses up to 129 Tesla and showed significant weight fluctuations. In December, an experiment was performed using reactors built by knowledge seekers from around the world. Italy, Germany, and Canada were involved in field communication tests. The tests showed that fields can interact with each other no matter the distance or time, resulting in instant communication.
In 2015, developments for space continued with different aspects of the plasma technology, such as in health, energy, and decontamination. In October of 2015, Mr. Kesh taught a popular week-long course called the Blueprint Teachings about how to build the MAGRAV power units. People from all over the world participated with building their own MAGRAV units and teaching others. With the demand of the Kesh Foundation products from all over the world, a new research center and manufacturing opened in Arizona, USA. Many developments of the technology happened in different parts of the world, and Kesh Foundation USA is no exception. John and the team started performing experiments using different sensing tools. These tools allowed the team to visualize the MAGRAV fields and to show others their interactions. With reactor formations showing positive results, partaking in the knowledge together is easier and more joyful than ever. The fun has just begun, says MT Kesh.
Mr. Kesh publicly teaches the space technology through the weekly Knowledge Seekers workshops. Plasma enthusiasts from around the world participate in gathering the knowledge and putting the puzzle together in the space race. All people, irrespective of race, nation or religion, are invited to participate in the exchange of knowledge, thus assisting humanity to live within the ethos of the universe. It is recognized that international cooperation and peace is a prerequisite for mankind to journey into deep space. Individuals and nations are invited to come together in the spirit of collaboration and unity to enable peaceful application and the use of plasma technology for space travel, food, agriculture, energy, transportation, health, and more. We are excited to release the Kesh Foundation Spaceship Blueprint to humanity.
Welcome everyone to the 220th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, April 19th, 2018. I'm your host, Rick Crammond today, and once again, we'll be joined with Mayran T. Kesh of the Kesh Foundation, and I'm sure he has lots of things to talk about today. So without further ado, let's enter into today's session. Mr. Kesh, are you available?
Yes. Good morning, good day to you, as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to these Knowledge Seekers series of teaching about the space technology. I would like, first of all, to thank all the Kesh Foundation supporters and the team for such a wonderful session of Saturday and Sunday. We received many, many communications of thanks, and has brought home, made sense for many of us what is missing, what needs to be done, and where we are going. One of the most interesting parts of the technology, the presentation, I was told, is when Giovanni explains how a father can give back life to his daughter. And so we've seen it so methodically, has done the calculations of everything, and successfully we have managed to to at least prove the love of Father does not need tools. But sometimes we have to do. In that process, we have seen a lot. We learned a lot on Thursdays, and the weekend was collection of what the scientists of the Keshe Foundation, who are close to the foundation, have done. But this is not all of it. Many of you are doing a lot of work in the background. Many of you are busy with different aspects of the technology. We are heading to the same direction. We are heading towards the same goal. And as we said, we make the target within the first month to see how far we can go in trying to achieve lift and motion and even the fields or interaction of the fields. There are many of you who have done some work on it. Just start thinking logically, start thinking correctly, and you will see the fields. We've seen the reactions, some reactions and some international reactions in respect to the teaching of Saturday and Sunday. We have seen two radical move, very fast moves by world leaders in trying to understand what we show implies and what will be the implication of it. We've shown the Iranian left system, the reduction in weight, and you can understand if you can reduce it from 7.1 to 6.3, 6.1 and below. So you have found the key, you have found the pattern. This means a nation is in the position of the system control fields by plasma without propulsion. And this gives rise to a lot of immediate reaction. That was done to shock the governments that they are behind. There is a need for, and what will be the ultimate goal. My wishes, my hope is that governments understand and take the next step for peace from what we have shown. What I call production of the spaceship systems flight multi-cores is not an easy one. Single reactor, which we showed, the Iranian reactor, you have one running system. The structure of the one system reactors are very easy, but very troublesome in some cases to control them, because those of you who start looking and developing the space technology, you'll come to see something very, or you'll come to find out very important points for your development. One of them is when we show the Iranian reactor, because we all have seen inside of it if you've been as part of the knowledge seekers, it's very much like this with a motor underneath. Double core, triple core, and full of radioactive materials, alpha source radiation, and this indicates a lot of new conditions because we produce plasmas here and we produce plasmas here. The interaction, if you get it right and cause the right amount of pressure, magnetic field pressure, the pressure on this, from the pressure from here, one to be that direction and one to be the other direction, it causes the lift. It's very seldom, unless you're in a monomagnetic system, that you can create two similar direction systems that can lead to interaction, lift, or separation. Then mono systems are very hard to control. In a deep space, mono can help. So if you look at it in reality, what we've done with the new present systems, what you call a dynamic system, which you have built the rotating balls, and all you've done this, but the motor has stayed there. And you change this to a sphere like this. We have taken the fuel tanks away, where now the gas carries the fuel. We have withdrawn the radioactive material, where the fields released by the condition of the radioactive material has prevailed a new way. Because what we did with the nuclear material was to create a plasma. That was the whole target. We wanted to produce hydrogen and then from it create a plasma. With the GaNs materials, we are already in the plasma condition, because when we create a plasma, we could use the fields of the plasma to interact with the fields of the planet or the universal entities that you can create motion. With a GaN system, we produce the plasma already in GaNs. So we had what we call the GaNs, we produce the plasma, and then that becomes the creator of fields, which we want to do. So we have given away radioactive material, high pressure, very rapid control, because with the radioactive materials there is a lot of beautiful controls. Because with the nuclear materials, when you can withdraw them. The plasma density changes. We can create like screens to block the radiation to enter. So you can create the plasma density. With GaNs you don't have that freedom. It's constant. So you have to find a new ways to control the speed of the rotation of the plasma either way, or the strength of it, that it gives you lift or motion. It's a compromise between the two, the GaNs or the radioactive material. Some of you who understand the next levels of the interaction, you can create double core plasma systems which are pure plasma, and then let them work against each other, and you create a lift and motion. These are important in production of the magnetic field position. In a reactor which is closed, sealed, single, we literally pinpoint where we want our plasma to be, and we can just literally go for it. This is it. I want it to be here, or I shift it a little bit higher. In your dynamic systems, in your motors, which you have now, I received a communication today that Mr. Chanling says, thank you very much, Mr. Cashew. You brought me a lot of orders. He's very happy with it because he's got a lot of business from it. That's good. But please, Mr. Lin, conduct yourself correctly. Know where you got the knowledge from and the people you take it from, and look after the people who looked after you. This is what's going to come on very in front. We explained it, just watch, you know exactly where you're going wrong. So in the systems you buy, in the dynamic systems, which you have now, you have a very big problem. The problem is the plasma fields created in these GaNs dynamics is of a lower order field extraction. This means to create the very strong fields with them needs a knowledge, needs to understand. With radioactive material, we start from the high, so we have an input. You will understand, it's not just a plasma which is playing the game, it's not just the field of the plasma, but the environment of the plasma you create has an effect on the plasma strength too. So if you can accumulate it, you can reach a higher order strength, so you reach a faster motion. We reach plasma condition in hundreds of ways. You can reach plasma in many, many ways. How you can understand that you can use the fields of the plasma is another game. It's totally another game. If you convert the plasma to heat, it's a different ball game. If you convert the plasma into interaction of the plasmas, becoming a production of material, that's a different ball game. If you bring the plasma in interaction with another plasma, that leads to creation of the conditions and environments, that's a different application of it altogether. So when you start making these reactors, I've seen many, many enthusiasts, they just build as many reactors, they make a formation, they do everything possible, but they don't see anything. But in fact, you are feeding everything. You are creating the fields, but you're leaving it in the open for anybody else to use it. From now on, try to understand, can imagine, choose your imagination. If you it's difficult to understand. If you were a magnet, where would your field go? And bring that into the dimension of the plasma. Then any of you can start becoming into the game of the space game or anything you like. When you have a magnet in your hand, let's start with a magnet like this. You know it's a magnet or not, it's just a piece of metal. But when you bring it to a metal, oh, this is magnet. So if it's a magnet, follow its fields and try to imagine where these fields can go. The fields go this way. If you got a, what do you call it, iron dust, you will see it. Huh? And then you see the fields coming the other way too. You see the iron dust becoming like this. What you have missed or what you have not observed is there is a reason, clear reason for these space gaps. You remember magnetic gravitational field positioning? Because if you become very clever with the game, you'll find out these guys are coming in. The space gap you don't see is opposite to the space gap you actually observe, which is opposite to it. I do apologize. So this is where we have to close this knowledge gap, because the blue is what you see. And in a way, the purple is the same. You have a full field reaction. Is no difference than what we explained about a plasma. It has the same characteristics, the same fields, and the same proposition. So what you have, what you don't see, is what you get. When you make an iron dust on the ground and you put a magnet in it, have a look at the space gap. Now understand that the space gaps are where the fields are going in or the fields are coming out. If you can see the iron dust as lines, is it the field going down into the magnet, or is it the field coming out of the magnet? What we call a north pole, what do you call a south pole? Because the north pole is at the same time is a north pole for magnetical, but is a south pole for gravitational, because it's absorbing. And stronger gravitational are absorbed from the north pole than from the south pole compared, because now higher strength is released. Vice versa is from the bottom. If you put two magnets together, they don't stand there, oh, let me see if I'm going out or I'm coming in. It's a constant. It's alignment of the fields of the matter. In the GANs, we do not have this proposition. We have the sphere of the same metal, which is next door. It's every sun. But at the same time, it's a dynamic position. With a magnet, you set it, you can hold it. With the GANs, you don't see it. It's rotating at a high speed, depends to find a position with the others and how it sits. Doesn't matter how much you tighten it. So when you make your dynamic reactors, understand these things. Understand the totality of the concept, not just the field goes or it comes or this is what I think it has to be. This is where many of you who've done tests have run into problem. You cannot follow the path of the reality of the interaction of the field. You follow the path of the imagination which they have taught you. This is the problem. And to get your mind changed, It's going to take a lot of time, because priority and the most important thing is that you accept an additional knowledge. What I was told, North Pole, everything comes out, is actually a South Pole to everything going into. A magnet, a planet, only can hold to what it gives and what it can take. And then it holds its position. And then you redefine the physics this way. And it goes back to the book number 1, book number 3, if you understand it, is how we become to become a state of matter than a gas or a plasma. It's very much on how much gravitational fields are absorbed inwards. The more we absorb from the North Pole, the tighter the material. The less we absorb from the North Pole, the lighter you become. Separation, liquid, and then the water, and then the gas, and then the plasma, which has no connection unless somewhere something part of it. If you redefine the matter state and the plasma state and the material, what do you call it, in a gas or in a liquid or in a plasma, it's very easy. You see, it all depends on the gravitational point of is actually what you think is North Pole giving up. If it's more gravitational strength, because more of the magnetical is releasing, because magnetical is stronger, so stronger gravitational is absorbed in, you get a tighter pack, you get a matter state. Liquid is of the next order, gas is of the next order, and the plasma has balance, taking and giving, depending on how it performs and positions itself. We have to refine a lot of things in physics. In a way, redefining it to reorganizing our head, how these things work, how these things come to exist the way we want it, but it's not reality because we've been told slightly the wrong way. These kind of understanding, you will see, it'll change a lot of things with us. A lot of position changes. I was looking at a program by Discovery Channel called How the Universe Works, and then one part of it calls about how the universe makes your cars or whatever in that region, and then explains what about the gravity, that how the gravity is made. And I saw and I watched my own teaching on Universal Channel, and I thought what I thought 10 years ago, now they are teaching in the name of scientists that don't still understand half of what I've explained. And the wrong teachings by Discovery Channel in the world of science plasma has to be corrected very rapidly, because youngsters are looking at it and they don't understand it and they take it because it's on the television. It's true. I saw a lot of, with the present knowledge, misleading information by Discovery Channel in this program they call How the Universe Works, and then how the universe makes your car, and about the gravity, black hole giving radiation. And I said, yes, after 20 years, now they're teaching my teaching. Just go on it and have a look at it. And write to Discovery Channel, says there is a lot of mistake here. The guy who found it and discovered it is telling you you're making a program the wrong way. And there are a bunch of enthusiastic, not knowing what they're talking, bunch of called scientists. And it amazes me how one, this guy could never explain how he changed his mind because he never understood it, and now he's not with us anymore, thanks to God. That these things has to be corrected. We have to understand how gravity works, and they spend 45 minutes teaching youngsters about the black hole. Now they radiate and all the energy is coming out of them. Up to now, black holes were all what they were eating everything up, and now when we cleared it, there's a lot of misleading information by a bunch of people who have no clue what they're talking about. It's just gives the television time to them. And then when you look at the production of the cars, because they go in A car is made of everything, plastic, iron, zinc, and everything, and they're trying to confirm to themselves that when this happened to the star, this was made and the gold was made. Nobody has told these guys, this is your dream, fancy dream, dream of a blonde blue eyes, the same as what you're talking about. You never get it. It's the reality is no matter is created in the space on the, as a matter state unless on the condition of the position of its interaction, which means everything in the universe is in the shape of form of plasma, packages of plasma. If that plasma in the dimension of given atmospheric condition is gravitational magnetic field of the gold, it will become gold. If it is copper, it will become copper. You can't create something else out of it. This is what says it's transmutation of element. Transmutation of element comes from the condition of position of the manifestation, not the position of the creation. Flower is a flower. You want a bread from it, or cake from it, or something else from it. It's the condition which you introduce it to, it gives you what you need. And these guys, I wish somebody write to discourage this as just, you know, stop wrong teaching, because then when you want to make it right, the children oppose it because it was a Discovery Channel, it must be correct. But these guys have no clue. And this is part of the misunderstanding which I was watching and I thought, my God, how am I going to do this? But it was very nice that seeing that at last my work as a black holes radiate energy has been accepted, and very nicely they talk about it, but they don't know what they're talking about. I think Discovery Channel would be nice to pay the foundation something to do a proper job. At least we can teach the truth. The next generation, we do, at least it doesn't put us back by another generation, a lot of false information. One of the most important things that uh, we got to understand is production of plasma fields. Now these things have become important. These things become much more important because now you're dealing with the dynamic systems, you're taking yourself into space, you don't want to walk into the wall you don't see. You don't want to walk in a position that you don't see what you're doing and where you're going. In so many ways, if you look, I was explaining to one of the knowledge seekers that if you understand how to convert once you see one you don't see at the same time, then you know what to add to create the dimensions of the physicality or take the dimensions of the physicality. In a way, how it can be explained in a very common language is very much, I can put it this way. You know, you have a skip and this what it's like a ground diggers. They go into the ground and hip everything up and it gets full of sand. And then what the guy does, he just opens the trap opens up, everything empties. Now you have come to the plasma technology, you have managed to make this fantastic gadget that it can have a physical shape, because here you want to put a ground digger, you found your gold, you want to dig it out, and then how do you create a trap? Where do you go to, how do you open it? The same principle if you want to open it. How do you interfere with the plasma to create a hole and close the hole? You need to understand this. In the space, you have a spaceship, you want to do excursion, you're sending something out. You can't just dismantle the whole spaceship inside out and just drop something out and close it again. How do you create holes? How do you create a field that things can go through? How do you do it? What's the principle behind it? That it can stand any condition of the universe. You land on the planet Zeus. How do you want to get out of the spaceship to say to the Zeus man, I'm here from Earth. I've come to see a guy came millions of years ago, said he's from here, we want to see this. Sorry, he's gone, run the mission. But if you can't get out of your spaceship, what's the use of traveling all the way there? And if you open the wrong way, then the wind comes in, everybody is dead. What's the use of going all the way there? What about if you want to open the trap in the ocean or in the hot lava? Needs a lot of thinking. It's fantastic for all of you with all these orders you give Shaolin to make, and you make these reactors. But sorry, you don't have the key to get in. Because you forgot how to make a hole before you go in. There'll be lots of standbys. What's going on in there? Can we go in there? And you don't have a control anymore, but that spaceship sits on your table for millions of years. Oh, this is what the grandpa made, but he couldn't go in it. Don't forget, you made the spaceship out of field. It had no physicality. It manifested its own physicality according to interaction of its fields. So how do you get in? And the bigger problem is, okay, you made the reactor while you were standing inside. How are you going to get out? How do you make that gate? How do you make that hole? How do you make that entrance and exit? How do you block the others to come in once you open the door and the water rushes in? But you want to keep the water out, but you still want to be able to go into the water. Up to now, we had a matter. We could handle it. We made conditions on it, pressure differences and higher pressures and higher, thicker materials. But in the space, we don't have this anymore. So when you start planning for your spaceships and you now ordered all these reactors coming in and you're happy to make a light and a lift, but the whole purpose was in, when you made a lift, you're going to go somewhere with it. We haven't sold you one of these children plane crafts, have we? It flies. Yes, but why can't you get in it, Arman? It flies. This is what, now that many of you started testing, and what we see are all the other enthusiasts making, and now because of the, what I said, what Giovanni has shown, and it's somebody you knew and you know that it works, you're all becoming very enthusiastic to do these things. What about it? How are you going to get out of it? How are you going to use it? So now you made the spaceship. You got a big problem, get in it. And then you were so rich, you made a very big star spaceship. Now get out of it. You're gonna be in there for 1,000 years if you can't get in and you can't get out. We have two choices. Clone yourself. Now clone yourself and start living on your own in your own cuckoo land, because that's your cocoon. You can't get in. You locked yourself in the room with no doors to get out. So what would you do? I know how to use the field reactors to make some energy, so I'm not going to starve. I know if I get a disease, I have something else. And then I know if I want extra beds and wood and whatever, how to test some reactors, give me some materials. But there's a problem. Where am I going to find the atom? It's a lonely place to be here on my own. If you notice, I said Adam, not Eve. Make sure you understand exactly who you are when you're inside, not guess what you were when you're inside. Now you have to give birth to another, that it becomes part of you having friends around. You can have somebody to talk to. Staying with this machine for 1,000, 2,000 years, there are no diseases, There are no cancers, and I'm going to be hanging around here. There is no day and night for me to sleep and wake up. I get fed up of talking to myself. What am I going to do? How do I make another creature that I have some, a dog, a cat, something imaginary? And then, how am I going to feed myself? One of the ways that you have learned, and a lot of you have been doing, is to convert these gases into the water and drink water. And I had something very nice from one of the Mojans. I'm now going to drink from today, and I'm going to learn how not to drink. This is a teaching for our Mojans. Very simple. You were taught in your teachings to find the place of your soul, understand where it is. Now you have two choices. If you listen to all the teachings of past few months and years, something is strange you have missed. You heard it so much, and I've been so good at it not to let you know, but in so many ways I have told you about it. But now we go over it to see what you missed. What did you miss? You have the soul in the center of the body of the man in his brain. So you're alive, you have a soul. Then we said the soul in reduction in strength and interaction with the physicality of the environment is in leads to manifestation of the physicality of the man. Okay, so wherever I send my soul, whenever it gets cool enough or short in the strength, then it becomes my physicality. So now I have a physicality, how am I going to feed it? How am I going to control all the cells, and how do I feed it? So now I need to feed my physicality, because now it's got a physical dimension in respect to the environment it is, okay, on the planet Earth. But what do I need to be able to feed, to keep this physical entity in the physical manifestation on this planet? I hope you know by now. If you don't know by now, let's withdraw it for you. Let's see how much you know. With like a nose, we draw you very nice hair, with like a lips, then you have a chin. The neck, I don't know. Give you an eye. But the totality sits here. This shining star. And then this shining star has a very strange dimension of physicality, which is somewhere here, we call it the brain. But the worst part of this thing, physicality, is something else, which actually radiates out and is called the fields of brain. But it has a problem. This thing has a big problem. It comes across motions. So it feels reduces, and then where it becomes, as we've seen, if you remember, it was the brain of the man. We said this is the upper arm, lower arms, and the fingers. So in reduction in strength, somewhere brings control into the soul of the physicality. Now this problem is solved. What you got to do is to make sure that you take charge, that emotions are controlled, that when the fields gets to here, it manifests itself. So it means if you control your emotion, you can manifest your physicality. So it means you can feed physicality through your soul. It means no need for all this dimension of the killing. and not eating because this emotion, very, very emotional, wrote very, very nice thing. And I thought, my God, we are somewhere going wrong, but we have to find out the answer to this where we're going wrong. And the answer is very, very simple. Huh? I'll read it for you because this is these are your brains of understanding after teaching. It says, I don't want to eat anymore. We don't want to have anything to eat. I don't want to kill anymore. Even when I'm breathing, I'm killing. When I'm walking on something, I'm killing. And even the stone is alive and the rest of it. So now you have overcome in condition of that you don't even need breathe to inhale some bacteria who are alive that you don't kill. So now I have taught you how you can feed yourself. Bypass your emotion. If you know what that means. Bypassing emotion means becoming detached. Because when you're attached, you react, you have emotion towards it. Shall we become as cool as a cat and no one show anything, as they say? Or understand that the energy I need to maintain my physicality in respect to the environment I'm in is a condition control of the fields from my soul to the strength of the interaction of the manifestation of matter state in that condition. So I can become totally invisible if I want to, and I can be very visible when I want to. That I can control it through my soul, through the emotional strength of my soul. Then it goes back to the teaching. To feed the man in the space, you need to feed his soul. You have to get energy to his soul, that then you decide how to manifest itself. These are parts of the rapid understanding and development that you need now, that in case get trapped inside your own spaceship. It'll be very interesting while I'm moving a reactor inside slightly and my partner is fiddling with the motors. We created, I'm half in, half out. What I'm gonna do? Or I'm in and he's out. He can't hear me anymore. And he's panicking. How am I gonna get out? How am I gonna get half of my in and half of myself out? Don't forget, now we are working as a team. Solidification comes while my hand is in and half of the arm in, the rest of the body out, and the dog just walks over the control and plump, solidifies. I'm gonna get my arm back, but still in there, I've got a spaceship hanging at the end of my arm. Or would it? As I said, there'll be many funs and accidents with those of you who are testing for a spaceship technology. It'll become banned anybody to do it, because a lot of you have left half of your arm, or the cat inside, or the car key was on the table before you do it and you can't get into it, it's the only car key left. And God knows what, forget about if the cat runs in there by accident while you were making this spaceship. Nearly up your cat. We'll see many spaceships hanging in the sky, nobody knows how to get them down. Because Mr. Jack was testing and he went and he stuck. His gravitational magnetic field, the strength is 40 kilometers above the space of the land, or 20 meters above the land. We have a lot of hanging spaceships very soon everywhere. How do the authorities get these things off? You cannot shoot at them. They are as tough as anything known. You can't pull them because they're magnetically locked. All of you have seen it. When your motor magnetically locks, can you turn it? Forget about it. Start understanding, as the old say, just getting a piece of cloth does not make you a tailor, does it? Now you have the cloth. To be a tailor, you have to learn many threads and many ways how to handle and how to cut, and then how to sew it, and then how to prove it. So we come to the space that you're all happy now. You're all rushing. You're making a millionaire out of Mr. Chan Lin by selling all these motors. He can't get any more second-hand motors to give it to you. And he's making a fortune in selling it to different people at different prices. He's deciding, I'm going to play a race game. Chinese pay less and the other ones pay more. But it decides how rich I'm going to get. But how many of you are going to write to Mr. Chan Lin and says, excuse me, my dog is in there, can you get it out? It's your motor. Or I left my husband inside. He was testing, I was asleep. He went quiet. I come back. I know he's in there, but I can't see him. But I can see half of his leg outside. As I said, let's the fun begin. In part of the introduction video, we saw what they called it, castle jumpers. Now you become a bunch of plasma missers. You're missed by plasma. And then maybe after 1,000 years, something happens and the plasma falls and you come out and there's nobody else you knew. You're in the middle of the 200-story block. Where you were, it was a little thing in the village and nobody wanted it. Now it's become a very beautiful place because you are the talk of the town. You're hanging around for 20 meters, not going anywhere. They build everything around. People can see a spaceship hanging in the middle of the building. Novelty, isn't it? But they don't know. And they said there is somebody in there. We don't know what his name is, but he's in there. Because you can't all get the strength field of your reactors all the same. Some of you will make your reactors which are on 90 degrees hanging and you're going nowhere, but it's not falling either. Have you seen the landing spaceship which is solidified and it sits right in front of Beijing? If you go to Beijing, just go and have a look. It's fantastic. It's a UFO which landed on its side and it was trying to go through the earth and it didn't work, so it's got stuck halfway up on upside down condition and they don't know what to do with it. They decided to make a radio station out of it. Because if you solidify the minute you touch the building, this is what's going to happen to you. And when you look at these things, you have to understand it's not a fairy tale. These are the realities which is going to hit home very hard, very soon. Half cooked, the space reactors. Half cooked. You're also enthusiasts to show the, what you call, you can make a flying machine, but you forgot that, first of all, you made it. What are you going to do with it? It's there, it shines, you can touch it. I have a spaceship at home, so does hundreds of trillions outside in the space. Can you get in it? No. But the cat is inside and I can't hear it, but I know it's inside because I saw him while I was making it, it jumped in. We have seen those who are testing a wide range of plasma reactors are creating huge new phenomenon which is known as the plasma balls in the space. Number of people are reporting this. They are putting so many reactors up and they're literally changing the environment, highly charged, highly plasma charged, and they don't know what to do with it. And every now and then they get a massive explosion, boom. And actually the explosion goes as an energy down the high tension cables into power stations, free energy. You created, the government charges for it. I told you, if you lot were dreaming to see a flying machine, oh my God. Now, today that we taught you, you're gonna see it, and you will understand it. Rick, can you go to your secure section and show this UFO which has got the stock trying to go through the earth? It's an amazing building. I don't know when it can unsolidify and go through it. Have you received it?
Just give me a minute.
So we don't want this to happen to you. And make sure you had the fun, you had the enthusiasm, and you're doing a lot of things, but a lot of you will start seeing and testing and experimenting new things. It's like when we introduced you the GANs, a lot of you couldn't see it. There it is. The spaceship which is stuck, can't go anywhere. It was in the shape of a plasma, but now it's solidified. The gravitational field of the earth has given it its physicality. If you think this is a joke, many of you are gonna have this. And I've seen hundreds of thousands of mistakes like this. A UFO which does not calculate, or by mistake, the field strength in the entry changes and your physicality changes. Even though this is a building built, looks like a spaceship, but very soon you understand what I'm talking about, exactly what I'm talking about, when your space reactor halfway the same way stuck in the middle of your dining table and you can't touch it. Thank you very much, Chuck. These are what we will have to understand. This is the phenomena, as I said, when you're ready, and a lot of you are going on testing the way you did with the magravs, now you did with the health systems, and you did with everything else. We are preparing ourselves for a lot of fun. But please leave a note when you start working that I'm inside the spaceship. Keep it somewhere till it dries off. And usually these reactors, when they solidify, I don't know, sometimes 2-3 million years before the plasma balances. An old man with a know-how, with all kind of animals walks out and says, oh, I saved this from somewhere, but it doesn't say I made a mistake. I got stuck in and I found my way to make my own harem. Try, because you're a bunch of enthusiasts. Now you thought you got a spaceship. Be careful that the ship does not become your ship of Noah. He was very clever. He hid it. And he said, oh, but he didn't say that he made a mistake when he did it. So when you come to these new testing, the fun has started. But be aware of everything. Direction of the field. We had a discussion that somebody says, one of my motors wants to go the other way, and I don't know. And my normal reaction is, so it means you've loaded your reactor the wrong way, follow the motor because he knows where you're going, you don't know. So return the other two motors backwards. If your motors stop, change one of the fields of the base motor's speeds and see if it starts going, it means you're draining from it. You have come to what I call lock of magnetic field. Do not throw your motors away, it's not working. Does it heat? Did you hear it smoke? And then you throw it in the corner and then a few days later start running. What happened there? Because the gravitational magnetic field of it has locked to the earth. You cannot even turn it. Something has to give that it can go. Sometimes it takes weeks and you come back and, oh, it's running again. Now you know magnetic lock is part of it. Your gravitational or magnetical matches, locks into, and it does. Many of you has missed one of the biggest things about the flight system. And I showed it, and I explained it, and I've taught Arman so many times about it, and nobody watches it, nobody understands it, and nobody ever takes account of it. And if you do not do, Mr. Chanlin, before I say this, can I have 50% of your sales, please? Because I'm going to double and triple your sale. He's listening. It's good. So, if you look at the Iranian space reactor, I explained to you a very simple system. Just look, go back into the instruction video we had. You see a small reactor, you see a big reactor. And in my teachings, I continuously explain that when you have the big one sitting, the small ones flies. So, if you go back to other teachings, we always talk about twinity. But because it's a dynamic twinity, both can fly. But with the earth condition, you have a lock. You have to overcome another one. So, Mr. Chan, I'm asking for my commission, please. Have 50% of all your sales before I let the line go. Oh, he says yes, okay. You know the bank account of the foundation. So what it needs, you need 2 sets. If you want to work very easily, or you load up your reactors as a twin set. You don't need any motors. What it means you do, you load your base reactors like 128 to 1 ratio in reactors, and then you make the top reactor 124. So the stronger trying to feed the top creates a motion of the plasma in it, and in trying to catch up, it creates your field. So you don't need a motor. This is how in space rotation is created. Feeding with a large difference. If you can go to 1 to 500, 1 to 1000 ratio, which is you're going more acidic or alkaline, more gravitational, magnetical, then in feeding it, in capturing it, trying to feed, it creates motion. This is the secret of motion in the universe. Now you got a free lesson. By the way, I have to tell you something, those of you who were wondering, we had a court hearing yesterday in Belgium, and the judge will decide on 25th of May. We're going to prison, or we can take it up and see where it goes. So we're waiting. Our lawyers are on a standby, and we know where we are exactly heading for. So in that case, we have 2 spaces on the standby. There's no court and judgments in this planet, Zeus. We are hoping, if there's a good judge, a correct judge, to carry a 5-year minimum sentence on Mr. Lauressens. Deception and lies to the court. But we see. And the other one, the mother must go to prison. There's no other way, but we see it, how they want to fabricate it to give us a chance to go to the European Court of Justice. And thus we are hoping that they give us the next step up, we can take it to the court and settle with this mess which the scientists are caught in. You don't give it, you're a criminal, we send it with other people in the same country, or you get killed. They give it to you on the table when you're having lunch with them. There's no shame in killing scientists in that country. So, now, understand exactly where you sit. Understand what and how you have to load up. If you are looking, you have to understand double layering and a magnetic field plasma control, and so many other ways Today I was with one of Keshe Foundation's supporters. We are putting space reactors together for flight. And it's amazing how many of you do not see the process of the field control. Hopefully in the next couple of weeks, we'll set the system up, the flight system that we are taking into consideration, repetition of the Iranian space technology in the hand of the Chinese government. And it'll be beautiful to see it to fly from China. And in that process, we will show the next dynamic flight systems, most probably from Beijing, and it will be a great honor to serve the nation. And you will understand the way the process will be, that you have to understand. You have to understand, this is what I said to the knowledge seekers this morning. You have to understand the play of the fields. You have to understand the motion of the fields. You have to understand the direction and the ratio of the fields. If you spend 2 days watching the program on what you call the blueprint of the spaceship, listen to every part of it. The medical, Dr. Rodriguez throws something so important in understanding of the knowledge of the plasma. I said, these guys don't understand. Then we had Giovanni. Giovanni brought you home in balancing fields to direction of the feet of the soul. What he did with those patches, he did not do anything else, but in a way dictating how much of the soul he wants, where he wants to correct the physicality. You're looking at everything upside down. When you put the patches, you're dictating how fast, how that emotion was to be, exactly what I drew a few minutes ago. When you look at what came from the Matter Research Lab, how they create the materials, and you see it, what about if you change the environment of it? This is what I said to the research lab since the teaching, that you have now to understand what you're creating. The condition of creation has to be very, very, very clear. Those of you who want to make donation to the Keshe Foundation for Space Development, do it through the Keshe Foundation USA, not to Holland. Holland is not the research fund side. Keshe Foundation USA account is where you do your donations. A lot of people start making donations. Make it there. We teach you, we get you through. We will force the spaceship technology to bring peace, but we have to understand what we are doing. But please understand, please understand. Our team in the background, can you please release the Keshe Foundation bank account in USA for anyone who makes donations for space development? Try to go through every setup of this 2 days teaching. Do you remember when we started the blueprint on the maglev system? There was a huge discussion, is the right hand turn, is the left hand turn, if it turns upside down and everything else. And we had a commotion, the ones who did the left hand turn and connected to the right hand turn couldn't make enough energy. And I said to you, all of you, you all have paid energy. It just depends how your system in the house responds to it. The greed of the man became so much that 33% wasn't enough. It had to be 80%, otherwise there's something wrong with my system. Darling, you're saving $20 a month, it wasn't good enough for a week. Now it has to be $80 to be good enough that you have something special. But did you teach it to somebody else? I wonder how many of you will put these spaceships on the street and say, come on, we are doing it, we are going to space, this is what it is, and teach them. You got to understand that the process of what you saw in respect to the technology that you understand on Sunday needs a lot of maturity. It's you who got to do what with it, not us. You have to understand all of it. You have to understand the feeling of the ratios are important. You have to understand the position you are important. You have to understand isolation from gravitational field of the earth is very important. And that what I showed you in that picture with the building in Beijing is, there is a reason for it. Has a clear reason for it. Because if you don't get it right, you want a spaceship the size of the house you can't move in, it just grows and grows. You think these are jokes? We'll start getting in the next few time to come. How many of you made MAGRAP systems and you came up with different results and whatever? You're all gonna do these space reactors. We know, we just, when we get a, thank you very much, Mr. Keshe, you helped me a lot for Sunday teaching from Mr. Chan Lin. It means a lot of you are at it. Even my own team says, can we buy from Mr. Chan Lin? I said, yes, but be careful, he doesn't pay anything back to the foundation, he just takes and goes. Oh, by the way, Keshe Foundation very soon will release its own star formations at a very, very cheap price. And we will sell the cores at I think 20-25 RMB and the full set around about 120 RMB or something like that. And it'll be the same price for Chinese and overseas people from China. Designed by one of the Keshe Foundation research groups which are working. So if you understand, we're in that game. So around about 150 200 RMB for a set internationally should be the right price, Mr. Chan Lin. Because otherwise the Keshe Foundation will stop putting in the market. We are going to put it in the market, but just to give you some leading time, but this time we do it our way, very clean and very beautiful, attractive piece of machinery comes from Keshe Foundation. Or if you like, we can sell it for you from the Keshe Foundation website. You can get it with us, we promote you, no problem. But don't copy others. There is something important to understand. When you load up your reactors, be careful you don't load half up, half down, that half of your spaceship is going up and half is trying to go into the ground. It tips you. Many of you will have this tipping. When you see the leg of your spaceship is broken, don't say, oh my God, it broke. No, 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 it wasn't an accident. Your reactor is loaded the wrong way. One side is trying to dig in and the other side is not going anywhere, so it breaks the leg of the reactor base or whatever. These are all what I call do's and don'ts of playing with the space program. We gave you the green and the blue and every other print you like, but you have to understand from now on, you enter in a very different dimension of testing. Up to now you were in a physical matter, you could see things, you could measure things, you could feel things. Now the feeling is very much different. Now it's part of you. Now it is very, very important that sorry, I'm just reading something. Oh, interesting. Mr. Stephen Gear has put a notice out to give anybody 100,000 who can show an independent energy generator. Sorry, the American government and the Saudi Arabia pays you 100 billion not to put it out. You're a bit too cheap. You've already been approached. Thank you very much, Mr. Stephen Gear. That's the cheap. He takes it from you for 100,000 and sells it to Saudis for 100 billion. It's a very good transaction. Come to Keshe Foundation, we split it half and half. We know where to go. So What is important is that we understand exactly what we do uh, and how we do it, and how we can manage to create fields. Test everything. While you're testing for a lift or whatever, test for how you make production in case you get trapped. How you're going to make a chair, at least you can sit on it. And if you get trapped, try to run tests from the teaching, how you can make some ice cream and bananas or whatever else. What I have proposed to the Keshe Foundation Webmaster team this morning is that we are opening the forum of the Keshe Foundation, and I think one of the webmasters will give you a link to it. And I haven't been on the forum for years, maybe 4 or 5 years. I try to guide those who want and really are working. You got to show me you're really involved in the space, you're developing hardware, not just somebody who just fancies something, theoretically he thinks, and I guide you to the flight position. Does not matter which part of the U-boat you come from. If you have set up systems or now you're testing it, doesn't mean I'm going to be there every day. If I get a chance, I tell you, getting back on the forum teaching is absolutely horrible. I don't like to do it. If they can make a voice recording on it, I'll prefer it that way, that I can leave a voice message on what you write, so you can all come and listen to it. So if our webmasters can sort out this forum, they gave me a name for it this morning. If I can find it, I tell you, or they can put it on the screen, our webmasters, that...
Yeah, we called it Spaceship Design with Mr. Keshe.
Okay. So I don't know how to get into it yet. They've got to teach me how to get in my own forum, but when I learn it, any of you working, I said, I'll get you to work, try to get you all to support to as many as you, it doesn't matter which nation, which country, which color you are, to break into the space technology. Doesn't mean you're going to fly. Showing fields, showing the strength of the field, showing interaction of the fields. These are the basic parts that we learn gradually to go up. So if you go on this forum, if I'm not there, just every teaching or whatever, remind me, I'll go and have a look. I try to leave a voice message behind, because writing for me, I'm too old, my fingers are cramping, don't work that good. So that's another job for our webmasters. If you can just put a voice recording, just for me, the rest of you can write that we can all understand. English does not matter. Try to explain what's your problem, what you see, what's the next step you're looking for, and then I guide you through it. And I only teach the spaceship system. Do not come back and ask me for medical application, for material production. Those all depends on your intelligence. So this is another support we give you, that it allows you to develop the space technology. As I said, this is a very interactive sessions. Even our own teams around the world, you have a discussion, bring it on. We want to make this forum very, very active till we get the man into space. And even when we get man into space or into the spaceship, how to get him out of it. One of the things which we'll be developing in the process, it'll be plasma packaging transportation, which is part of the essential part of this technology, where we can land and take off everywhere. We have to be able to understand the interaction of the field. Some of you might look into very specific materials which release higher, faster energies in a plasma condition. You're all welcome. There is no exclusivity and there is no inclusivity. We try, but one condition is, if you are groups, you're working across the world with each other. I've seen people trying to get to Arizona. We have told we shut Arizona down, that nobody can go in. That I've seen somebody saying, I'm coming there. We haven't become, as I said to our people in Arizona, we haven't become NASA tour space program yet. When we made you fly, then we charge you enough for you to have a tour of to see. John, we make a big Madame Tussauds, you know, wax statue of him with the first reactor, and everything else will be there for centuries. But at the moment, we've got a job to do. So when it comes to it, please, we open this forum that you have somewhere to go to, that you can share. And when you share it, understand the process. I never hold anything back unless it's military secret. But I teach you a lot. I have taught you a lot of military secret, but as you don't understand, I know military advisors are pulling their hair up. They say to me, there is nothing you can hold secret. I said, the only secret is kept up to now is who the God is. The rest is common knowledge. And if you want to see the God, I can show you. You might see it in your eyes. So try to be very precise. Try to be exact. We welcome all the institutes. I know for a fact many governments, Israeli government, American government, scientists, the Chinese, the Russians are listening to you. We welcome you to join us. Do not come by funny names. Come with your real name, where you are from, and we support each other. I have given you many examples and you should have understood. Whenever I give you the example, is exactly what's happened. Just go and look at the newspapers on Monday morning, after the Saturday, Sunday teaching, and the showing of the Iranian space reactor. The President of the United States has warned Pentagon, be prudent in what you're doing. Because the Iranians have shown what they have really this time. We couldn't know what it is, but the guy is showing it. It shows reduction 10 years ago. What have they got in their hand and they're not showing? What's the reason? I can tell you the reason. Do you know when you want to get a mouse, you put the cheese and you put it in? I hope you got the message in the White House. We have to be correct, and this technology has to be used for peaceful application. We have to understand the position of the teaching. It has to be equal, does not matter where you come from. We put the research center in America, but at the same time, we have a research center in Europe, we have a research center in Africa, we have research centers in Australia, we have research centers in Asia, because all of you are research people, so you're all a center of knowledge. If you have an idea of how to increase the plasma, go on this forum. It's too complicated, that title. It should be a spaceship. I think webmasters have to change the name of it. It's easier. Just put a spaceship design, then we all know where we are going. And doesn't need Mr. Keshe on it. So change it to space design, spaceship design. We come to the forum and put it right on the top. Don't let us search for it. Open a chapter right on the top, a spaceship design. We all come in and we share knowledge. And anybody else who wants to share knowledge and then work on it and pattern it, let them do it. So I taught you a lot of little bits in a, what I always say, physics has to be fun, otherwise it's not physics. And trying to, with sense of humor, to bring you to understand how it is, how it should be. Because from now on, the world of physics has changed. As of Saturday, Sunday, we have shown a full spectrum of the needs of the man in the space, and we've shown how we do it. Now we have to step it up. If any of you wants to come and put a spaceship development or a spaceship design food section, okay, come in and open it in that section. A food, then we listen. There are one of you who are interested in the order. I hear there are games getting developed by many people. We'll see many floating chairs everywhere very soon. How would you like to swim in the water with nothing on, but in fact nobody can see you because you're in an invisible ship? So there is a lot to be done. Try to understand ratio interaction. Try to understand gravity magnetic field interaction. Try to understand within the womb of the magnetical sit the skin of gravitational. And this is one of your biggest problems, because you decided this is magnetical, my friend. When it's magnetical, it means it's giving more, but this gravitational is getting stronger, because it's a banana. As it peels up, the more goes in there. To get closer, to go to the fields of these narrows, you must be stronger to get in. Does that make sense? So you must be gravitationally harder to go in. There was a old theory, says, where does in the center of the earth magnetical changes to gravitational, gravitational changes to magnetical? Because they never understood both are going and coming in the same thing. Of the strength of one leads to the other. It's a loop. There is no changing a station. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. And I'll just remind the attendees that you can put your hand up and then you can ask a question. We'll open your, enable your microphone so that you can speak. And if people have a question in the live stream, they can enter a question in there in the chat, as well as we have the chat in the Zoom and the Q&A question, which is a better place to put the actual questions. I think people must be in a state of shock here, Mr. Keshe. There's I'm not seeing the hands popping up.
And I think it's something we couldn't get Azar talking about. Yes, she hasn't made her own space yet.
Well, maybe this will inspire her to do so. That way she'll get to talk more. Maybe
oh my God. I wonder what happened if you leave Azar inside the spaceship.
Well, as
she's a woman, she can make herself a, what do you call it, the twin partner. That's not a problem.
Mr. Keshe, here.
Oh, there she is. Hello, Azar.
Good morning. One of the things, Mr. Keshe, we don't understand is this, because, I mean, I'm going back listening to teaching. I think everybody should go back listen even to the Maglev, because we miss a lot from what you're teaching is what we don't see, because the field is here. I mean, the other day I was thinking about the Maglev, is so, I think, at least I feel I'm so stupid, I didn't get it. Because when you look at the copper is all compact, is all gravitational. So when you look,
who says? Who says?
What happened?
There is both ways. In all of electronics, we call it eddy current. If it wasn't room for it to go forward, it can't go backwards.
But Mr. Keshe, we don't even have to have a, even you call it Maglev plasma reactor, but actually is a generator, because we can, if you look at the GANS part of it, we add the salt water to it, we made it free plasma, so it's there, it's in the air. So if we create our equipment in terms of plasma manufacturing, they can communicate with each other. We don't have to even use wires. So in terms of a spaceship, it's the same thing. We just have to get out of this mindset of physicality. Then things become easy. I just don't know how to. I have to figure out how to get out of this mind.
Thank you very much. I'll try to explain more. You sent me a private message, which is very strange. It says nobody can get into public teaching. People cannot find it.
No, I couldn't. My Zoom is messed up. My whole Zoom.
Everybody's Zoom is messed up at the moment. But is there something?
Anyway, I found Sando sent me the code, so I got in.
So how can we sort this out, gentlemen, if people can't get into the Zoom? Is it just a Zoom or is it a YouTube affected too?
It was just Azar. She didn't have the number to get into the teaching.
But how we usually come in, we don't need a number, do we?
We have the universal link, keshefoundation.org/Zoom, and that goes to the right meeting number. It should be the easiest way, but some people are looking for more complicated ways.
Okay, we go less complicated. Thank you very much. Okay, so what we see, what we have to understand is MagGrav is magnetical gravitational. This is exactly what we said from the beginning. Magnetical gravitational. So magnetically sits beneath gravity. And then the minute a system manifests itself, as we call it, magnetical, is already has a destination, because there is a gravitational somewhere which is giving the sign, come here, I need you, you're my partner. Otherwise it has nowhere to go, it cannot manifest itself. When you become more mature in understanding of the fields, you'll find out sometimes your field gets saturated and you cannot work with it. Your reactors get saturated and it just becomes clogged up. It's very much, it means the fields which are within the reactor are not called upon by another system. This happens quite a lot. Every now and then you have to clean up your system. It's a very natural phenomenon, because we are tuned to use certain strength fields, but in the process of using our reactors, these other field strengths come in that they have no destination to go to, but they sit within our system. Some of it becomes the energy part, because in decaying in their fields, in the strength, they become part of the others. But generally, you see this done frequently when you travel in the depth of the universe. You see some huge spaceships do regular cleaning up of their fields, because they have no spectrum to use it. It clogs the system up. And the way to do it, you understand the spectrum which is blocked inside, you set up a system away from your spaceship, you leave it like a moon, millions of miles, kilometers away, and you trigger it at the strength that you have clocked up. So everything it gets transferred to the one which you have sent it to, or by the time it goes in, it changes the fields that it comes back in what you can use it. Because getting usable fields in the universe is a commodity. When you come from a specific strength and you have to use a specific strength. Sometimes you can use your inner reactors and outer reactors to recycle it when you're in a stationary condition, you're not going anywhere. In many times you learn, it's a reason we showed partially the Iranian space reactor, you switch off the 3 bottom ones and you repair. So in that process, you run your top reactor as a single space system. It can be done, you do a conversion of the systems, and sometimes one of your reactors, base reactors, just literally disintegrates or loses its boundary. So you don't lose things, you go on a standby, you restructure. And then you share fields and you bring like the boundary, you see like 18 balls into operation to the hover position, and then you repair, you establish the reactor which is not functioning. These all will come to you. It's inevitable. The man's system is no different than the rest of the universal systems. You have to understand, it's a reality of the fact. That's why we bring you down into hydrogen and helium, because in that condition, going into the plasma at the lower level does not endanger you. Today I was talking, as I said, we are in the development of the space reactor in China, and I was explaining, the suggestion was, can we do the GANs of this and this? I said, it's absolutely dangerous to even go in that territory. Do not think that you go creating plasmas of the higher order, because when they collapse, you collapse. When you go into the common denominator of this space of our universe, gravitational magnetic field of hydrogen, or actually a neutron is the best if you can do it, because neutron is very stable, but you have to understand on the spin of the neutron how you can use it to create the interaction of the fields within the reactor. And then you're more or less safe. But when you go to When you're mature enough in the time to come to go into another universe to cross over, you have this dilemma of the what is the size of the neutron, the strength in the other galaxy or in the other universe. It's very, very important. You'll understand. I've referred to this in one of the books, especially because it's part of the reality of what the man will face. But it all depends from now on how we develop it. How, as one race, we decide to be part of this structure of development. As the head of the Keshe Foundation, I give you that room to share knowledge as long as you have correct conduct. And when you learn, do not put in your pocket, I learned, come back and share it. So, Azajan, you have a problem. The maggrav system is as much magnetical as gravitational, but you got to see how you wind it up and how you connect it. And is the system set up by the government magnetical or gravitational in respect to you? Many of you who build the system, maggrav system, saw no result, is because your system is magnetical to the government system. If you understand what it means.
I'm not talking about is not gravitational. I'm talking about the energy field. I mean
all is energy field. When the plasma moves, when the field moves, is energy.
Exactly. You know what I'm talking about is this. If you look at the internet, like we used to have a wiring system. Now we don't have a wiring system.
Is there any wire in your brain?
No, it's no wiring. But
so why do you look at the internet? I look at your brain, which is more advanced.
Okay, so I'm just giving you an analogy. Look, when I look at the Wi-Fi, this is my understanding, because I thought if I go to Wi-Fi in my account, I see my name, there's a lock on it. Everybody else's has a lock on it. So my neighbor has a password, I have a password. But if they didn't have any password, I could get connected to everybody's Wi-Fi. So I look at the maggrav and I said, if I can create, if I get the wiring out, and the field is there.
You're a nosy one. You want to go in everybody's brain. That's what the problem is.
No,
there's nothing with the wires, is it, Azajan?
Mr. Keshe, I'm explaining. You see, if I make my appliances with the plasma, make all of them like refrigerator, everything nano-coded, then my maggrav can communicate with them. Even my neighbor can get electricity out of my apartment, because I can, with one maggrav, you can do the whole country. You don't need 1,000 magravs.
Yeah, we have spoken about wireless technology.
So the other day,
Keshe Foundation,
that's
how it exactly works.
The other day, I saw a utility company talking about that you can have electricity without plugging in. I mean, they're selling it now, that you don't have to plug in to charge your cell phone or you charge anybody. So they're selling what we have right now. I just don't know how it happened. They're selling the knowledge we have to us now.
They all do. They all sit here, learn and do. That's why we are free. That's why we can teach free. Something is not ours, their own intellect. We can't be so arrogant to say everything is ours, but there is a mixture of the knowledge doesn't stop at Keshe Foundation. Some other people receive the same enlightenment through their soul and they do the job. This is
Mr. Keshe, I think your mic is in the wrong position. We can't hear you.
Is it in the right position now?
Much clearer, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. As I said, knowledge is not exclusive to Keshe Foundation. Knowledge has been here for thousands of years, living in the form of the plasma on a plant or a tree. They have the knowledge and they elevate themselves or evolve themselves to be able to live a better life or change, at least to get something else. So this is something which we have to understand. There is a lot of people who are setting generators, the new generation of generators, using partially this and that, and it works. There are a number of people. They use magnets, they use little boxes. We have it, we do it. And even today I heard somebody who's actually doing a lot of energy releases for his electricity company. when he needs, but it's not what it does till you understand what is done. Many of you, if you run your MAGRAPH system, go outside and look at the horizon. The dynamic systems even worse, and look at the horizon. What clears and what shapes towards where your system is. Any other question?
Yes, we have.
They say, sorry, Bart, I've got to say something. You know, in English we say ignorance is a bliss. And it's a bliss because I'm ignorant to what people, not ignorant. I'm ignoring what other people do because there's so much to do for ourselves that if they even use our technology or their technology to bring any development for comfort of the man, it's still good. It's not that we don't see other people doing things using technology, but there is a law in the work of the universe you will very soon come to understand. Things can only be done as the wish of the soul of the one who done it has asked for it, and no more. And this is one of the things that you very, very soon understand, especially in the races in space. You see, Mr. Topoli says yes as well. Any other question?
Okay, we have a question in the Q&A from Danny Moe. It's actually from the German-speaking community. Based on the image models of the spiral, the universe representation, and the representation of the plasmas and their interaction, I asked myself the question where time finds its place in the representations. Could it be that the past is the present as well as the future is the same, takes place simultaneously, and results from this that the past can be arranged further in the middle, nearer to the center, and the future thus further outside? Does this mean that the future will be less energy tight and the past will have a higher energy density? Then the question arises how man can receive the knowledge of the universe through the soul. Is it conceivable from the point of view of plasma knowledge that feedback and pre-feeding can be helpful, or are there other ideas?
Do you want ideas or you want reality? It's a big difference. There is an old English say, it says, what is common between Father Christmas and something else? And that's something else what you like to add to it. Some people say the Turkish guidance is a blonde blue eye or something else. And they say, oh, they're both fairy tales, don't exist. So depends what is reality to you. What is time? In the dimension of the speed of transportation of it, given strength, time does not exist. Because it's of the same, if of the same line. The time exists only when there is a difference in the boundary and the strength of the past of the plasma. When you go from the weaker to the stronger, or when you go from the stronger to weaker, there is a time of transition and transmutation from one to another. So depends where you're sitting. I can hold my life at the strength of the field of this planet, which gives me the closest minimum loss, and live here thousands of years. Many do. In the space we don't have time, because the losses of strength is non-existence more or less, so life everlasting. On this planet, you have a tree, you have a wall, you have a floor, you have a water and everything else. So the strength transmutation is always continuous, so there is a lot of consumption of it, so the time exists for one to degenerate to the other. So if you are a man of space and understand where I come from, there is no time. Time does not exist because I live on the strength of the full strength of the spectrum of the universe. Everlasting, omnipotent. But if you're a human and you live in a dimension and direction of the field strength conversion, day and night, because the field strength continuously changes, trees and shrubs and everything else, you have a time. It needs a span of conversion. You call it time. There is no future, there is no past. But if you live at a given strength which is constant, you're always there. From the time of the inception of the universe and Unicos, the time for the creator is zero because he owns the totality of his, it's from him. But for a man who just comes in and uses a part of trees and body beds, keeps on posting, then he can extend it if he can do it. Why is our lifetime spans is extending now a little bit, few years? Why don't suddenly Chinese who are so short, we see so many of them getting tall, too many McDonald's, too much energy is put in. So it reverses the process, does not consider the gravitational field which has been under the structure of the soul and the physicality. That's exactly what happens to your vegetables. You say, oh, cash foundation vegetables are bigger and thicker and heavy. But in fact, what you've done, you change the atmospheric condition around it, they're growing into the atmospheric condition. They don't live on a condition of the present. They have created a field of strength which is like a million years ago. The cucumbers a million years ago were this size. But because you don't know, it is a magic, we don't tell you. So time, has it changed? Or the strength in the field has brought such a conversion? Anyone says you can go time traveling, you quite welcome, unless you are the creator. I hope I answered your question.
Does the creator live within the creation, or is the creator outside the creation?
Both.
Or is that a wrong question?
So,
I gave you two options. Maybe there's a third one of both or neither.
The third option is, do you want to speak to the creator for him to tell you? But that's an option. The reality is, life across the universe is created out of his. But at the same time, he is all. It's like an ocean. All the fishes are created out of the water of the fish. They don't come from somewhere else. But still the ocean holds the fish. There is no better description of it. The creator is the ocean. And within it, within the strength of it, manifests the fish. The, what do you call it? The plants and life. Is the ocean the creator, or is the fish within the creator? But that should answer. It's the same. Now we are in the ocean of the fields of the creator, but as a whole we are created from it as part of the reduction of the strength in given time and position. So if you consider the creator, which we are part of it, to be the ocean of life, we are the life which lives within that ocean. So we are part of it, because through its existence, we exist. Was there a past to it, or was there a future to it? Yes, there were some other fishes, because he's always been there, the ocean. But some fishes appeared this year, and some next year. There were no fish last year, and this year there are fishes. Because out of the process of interaction of the fields of the creator has led to the creation of what it is to confirm its existence. In a way, by existence of the fish, we confirm the existence of the ocean. But if there was no ocean, there would have been no fish. But the ocean does not, the fish does not need the fish to confirm its existence, does it? Social is my life. Any other question?
Yes, we have Zena with her hand up, and I've allowed you to talk there. If you'd like to go ahead.
Hello. Hello, Mr. Cash. How are you doing? I'm from. I'm Mernaz. My nickname is Zena. Actually, I'm in Iran. And I really thank you and Mrs. Cash for the teaching. My father died 4 weeks ago, but it's going so well. I try to be the magnet, and it affects everybody. I am having the new, unimaginable experiences. I'm growing, and I think this philosophy of yours has helped me and my surroundings everywhere I go. I really thank you very much. It's an experience I never imagined I can tolerate, and it's becoming a garden of flowers of new things for me and my surroundings. And second thing, unfortunately, I cannot teach by internet because I just learned how to get to the Zoom. As soon as I can, I start teaching on the net. Second question was, how about these others of 7 billion people who haven't heard about this yet and don't have internet? How about them? Because there is a lag between those who are too far in technology and those who are yet.
Thank you very much for your time, and I hope you accept our condolences. The reality with understanding is that the time of Christ, there was no one, no radio, television, no internet, but his voice was heard through the soul of the man. And this is one of the attributes of the messengers of God. We do not need to internet. We reach the soul, but it's the time of maturity when they are real to hear. Those who have on television or whatever, they have already heard the voice, they understand, and many of them in time will come to be part of the whole structure. It's not that the knowledge does not belong to those who can get on the internet, because the mainline media does not do or publish things about it. It's that this is how, if you understood this, your soul which control it, so to our soul we teach. We already reached the soul of the man in Amazon. He already is aware of what has come.
Yeah, I feel that. I feel that people are different. The young people are different. It seems like there's something which is changing everybody. I really feel this. And second question is, how Prophet Sallallahu Muhammad did the travel from Mecca to Jerusalem in one night?
You have to read the scriptures. There is a reason which is in there.
Yes.
We explained once in the last teaching with the Islamic world, due to their own understanding, there's a lot of hadiths. But what does it mean? And they are capable to do. Anybody is capable to do it once. Now you understand the operation of your own soul.
Exactly. Especially because he had no knowledge of anything. He didn't know how to read and write.
Any other question?
Yes, we have two people with their hands up, and there's Stella. First of all, you want to go ahead, Stella? Where does Estella go?
Oh, run away.
Something happened with Estella. Okay, how about Mashfaq? You have your hand up as well. Oh, Estella's back with her hand up as well, but we'll go with
Okay,
Mashfaq.
should I go ahead on?
Go ahead, Mashfaq. We'll get back to Estella.
Hello, Mr. Keshe. I have a question more at the reactor level. So you talked about having an empty reactor. And
you made that word. Don't put that in my word. This is it.
Okay, all right.
There is no.
So the inner reactor without anything.
Yeah.
And if we have an outer reactor with GANs laid in dry GANs laid in terms of layers, then inside we have all the fields we need. And if we can control
this is a question I put to other scientists. What do you want to do with it? What do you want to do? This is something which has puzzled me for months. And now that we got to this point, we can ask a question. What is your objective with this? What you create as a plasma, as field, or you can house it in an empty place with the water or whatever. This is one thing which I don't understand. What do you want to do with it? You brought a bucket of water. Do you want to wash the floor with it? Do you want to feed the cat? Do you want to cook with it? Do you have a purpose for it? A lot of Keshe Foundation people have got these reactors. They know there is an energy in it. They know there's a plasma in it, but they don't know what to do with it. And that covers 100% of you, not even 99%. You're just like, excuse my French, headless chickens. You have to understand what you got everything, but none of you stand still. What am I going to do with it? The only thing is let it fly, but you don't gather it together to fly it. If you want to ice, you have to put it in the freezer. It's the same bucket. You want a tea, you have to boil it. You want a steam to run a machine with it, you have to boil the water and get the steam out of it. How come we know what we want from the water, but we don't know what we want from the plasma, and what we got to do with it? This is the main problem with all the knowledge seekers, even with the government scientists. What are we going to do? We create plasma, but it's a bucket of water. You have to find an application for it, and to find an application for it, you have to make the tools for it. You all made these dynamic reactors. They're always empty inside. You have the plasma. So what? So does heart of the universe. The man has just got to it. Find a purpose for it. And then make a tool to manifest itself in that purpose. Because now you're the creator of it. You made these hollow things, there's a feeling in it. Yes, so what? The guys in the space did billions of years ago. What is it? What tools you want from it? What condition? Now your tools are creating of the condition that that thing manifests itself in what you want. This is the problem with all the Keshe Foundation and all the scientists from now on. Because you are used to being given the material and then do something with it. Now you are the creator of material. You don't know what you want to make from it. This is where the confusion sits, and all this talk goes next week. Now we have done the spaceship program. Now you have to decide in a space, I have the plasma, I want to make food out of it. I want a child from it. I want to make a chair to sit on it. You search all your life to become a millionaire. Now you're a millionaire, you don't know what to do with it. Go back, become a peasant till you understand what you're doing. How you want to do it. At least there you had a chair and you had a herd of what they call it sheep to run. This is the problem. And I can't be more straightforward because in past 3-4 days, I see more and more of it. The reality sits very, very deep. We are lost in what we have gained. We're totally lost. We don't know what to do with it. We were looking for a jackpot. Now the jackpot is here. We don't know how to do with it. What are we going to do with it? And this is the problem. This is the only problem with everything we are doing. Huh? It's the reality. I always said, you know, man uses, he always followed the wind. Huh? And he made kites as we see here, and then he made everything else from it, and he made engines to fly in it. But if man would have sat down and would have never seen the wind on this planet, would have seen the wind of the magnetic field of the universe, and he could sail the winds of the magnetic field of the universe, can you imagine what we would have achieved? We spent so much time trying to find how to master the wind of this planet. We would have sailed the universe by now. Develop a system for it. Earth gets gravitational magnetic field of the sun and the sun from the universe, and then it decides to convert it to copper, zinc, and then human, whatever. He's made the system for it. We have to do. I made a gas, you said it's there, so you have a bucket of water, what are you going to do with it? And most of you just throw it in the sky. Your machines are making so much field. All the bricks are happy, the plants are happy, the cat is happy because they're getting free food. And you're saying, what is going on? Why am I sitting here hungry? Because you haven't made the tool to get the spoon to feed yourself. Find a purpose and design a system for that purpose. That now you have it, you can convert it into. The rest is all talk. Some of you are happy you're making medical system. I see a link that doctors want to get together and now understand the new dynamic plasmas and make system new for it. The ones who are in the space are trying to find out how they can get it fly. The other one who is in medicine is trying to find out how to make a food for it for the others, and the other one is trying to make material. So now you have missed a big point. Make a system to do. Now you become the creator. It's you who decides what this water is going to be. Water on the ground to wash, or the water in the fridge to become ice or a drink. This is where I see problems coming up. And those of you who have no purpose, they get this point. You see, he said by the conduct. No, it's not me, it's lack of knowledge of you knowing what you want. Total ignorance of humanity. Man all his life wanted to understand the essence of creation. Now he's got it, it's everybody else's fault because he doesn't know what to do with it. I said this to a scientist very recently. I said, you know what's the problem with man? Is that all his life dream of a most beautiful woman to win his arm. When he gets it, he doesn't know what to do with it and she walks off. It's not that she wasn't beautiful, it means you're not competent to hold such beauty. And I see that right across the Keshe Foundation. You all you wanted there. Now you've seen it. Every aspect does. Medical, everything works. Now in 2 days, we showed you, you are the fools, not the world of the creation. Now our own people show it does what they do with it. So make a tool for it. You have it. You don't have to have a doubt about it. You got it. How are you going to manifest it in what you want to manifest it? It's harsh, but it's truth, it's a fact. You all wanted the jackpot. Jackpot gets a split between those little crumbs goes to. I gave the jackpot to the whole 7 billion humanity. What do you want to do with it? And you all got the same. We put in the news, there are going to be meteorites hitting the earth in 30 days. How many of you can make a system to be out of here before it comes? Is that good enough? How many rockets we flew out? We can't, because they say we haven't passed them in the belt. We don't know how we got to the moon, but we give them the credibility till we embarrass them. And what else? So we sit and count. Let's have fun, get drunk. We don't feel it when we get hit. or those who understand, I want to leave a sign of this planet ever existed, and I'll be out in 15 days, 15 days flight. That's the meteorite. It comes with sub-light speed. If I go triple this light of speed of this light, I'll be out of this galaxy, universe, doesn't matter what it comes. So is it the instinct to survive, or instinct to be ridiculously stupid and blame everybody else for it that man does? I was talking to a banker yesterday and he says to me, why do you give money of the foundation to people? I said, because that's the people who got to make the things to work what we are doing. That's not usually done, you don't trust people. I said, we do. The people have a problem with us supporting foundation to create space machines. They say it's ridiculous because they don't understand what you lot achieve. But if any of you show a space system, understands you can make a system for it to show itself, then I don't look like a fool, do I? And then somebody doesn't come online and says, oh, they made it, they show it, but how come we are not doing it? Where did the thing came from? Find a purpose for what you've been given, and then make a system that manifests that purpose. And nothing is beyond reality. You don't need imagination. If you have imagined it, it already exists. Any other question? Or you can carry on with session.
Yes, I have I wanted to get to the point is that, we have all the fields as you just said. So I want to get, let's say I want to create a peace field out of it. I want to extract a specific field. So one plasma slows down and the particular field comes out. So this is what the target is, to pick up a specific field. Let's say we want to create peace across the planet. How do I get to that specific field? We can slow down the outer field, and the one comes out, the one we want to pick.
First of all, what is the peace to me? Is it peace to the same extent as for you?
So then it would be a range of field, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but you have to see what is. You see, peace to a Chinese man is when everything is good, serene, everything else. Peace to American is to bomb them to there that we feel we are big. So which one do you want? Kill as many as you like, or live naturally, normally? Which is the side? What is peace? What you pretend to be peace till it comes to your turn? Oh, this is not the peace I wanted.
So can it not be a collective peace?
You have to decide. Find the strength of it. But what is collective peace? If you feel peaceful, if you are at peace with yourself, and then measure it, find the thing that it shakes with it or doesn't move, and then make yourself angry and see if the thing moves, the reactor moves, says, okay, this is the anger, so I became peaceful, this is strength, now I make all my reactors this way. But we are not inside the body of every man to know what they call peace. So, peace, we want peace. As a member of the Universal Council, I know exactly what you're talking about. But on the other hand, what is peace to who and what? I work for peace. I put all my life to be peaceful, but I see many people don't like it because then they can't kill to be peaceful their way, because the peaceful day for them is to having 2 yachts and 10 mistresses and 4 children and a big car and 2 drivers and 4 jet planes, and then they are somebody peaceful. And then when you catch them and say, I didn't do it, it wasn't my fault, I was told to sell it. There is you talk to be peace, you have to understand the meaning of what it brings to what. There is a motion at the moment running in the background between governments, as I've said it before, that any directors, anybody who works for any arm manufacturing will be blacklisted, they cannot move into any nation. Which I think is a fantastic idea if they can bring it in. So when you declare your job, you work in arm manufacturing, number of nations in the world will not allow you to come in. So, for example, going on holiday in Spain becomes impossible, crossing the airline, what you call aerospace, becomes impossible. Chinese government would not allow anybody who, anywhere in the world is an arm industry and selling arms. You can sell it and you can work on it in your country if it's what you want to do, but thank you very much. We don't want your breathing air here. And we'll see it moving on. A number of nations will pass this in United Nations in the coming time. You're free, but if you work for arm industry or in defense industry, you're not allowed to travel. You'll not be allowed to enter. Some of them don't mind. They're living such a life, it doesn't matter to them, but on the other hand, restriction will come and gradually will work. When we make terrorists out of the arm dealers, then we understand there is no terrorist, because there is no arm to sell. And then what is peace to me? Peace to me is stop other people getting hurt. This is a very interesting, but where you draw the line, what is peace to you, and how you want to make people peaceful. But are they really peaceful? How can you measure it? As I said, what is, if you pass a threshold, to you is a peace, but to me is a pain. And we don't want to become what I call the psychopath of peace. We have to understand what it means. Understanding, when you understand, when you comprehend, you don't need to remember. So how we can create a peace bandwidth, and then God happens if part of that bandwidth goes in somebody to become animally and kill as many as possible. Did we make a peace bandwidth, or we missed something? We see it now with one of the members of the Keshe Foundation core team. He is, as he says, I call it the beautiful people. He's a schizophrenic, doctors confirmed, and he goes and writes everything everywhere. And when the other chap, which we know the same, he's so humble. What do? We kick him out of the core team, or we allow this one soul to raise the other. You look what he's writing everywhere, everything he can, but he writes to us in the backhand that I do apologize, I'm going through that phase. If you hear, see, whatever on the internet is not me, it's the other guy. And some of you come across it, it causes a lot of hardship for other members of the Keshe Foundation, but we don't put somebody out of the Keshe Foundation as a core member because he has 2 different characters or 2 different people in the same body. Is peace to one? Do we kill the other one? Or will we allow the soul to exist? We don't have that right. And I think it was good, and it is good to come within the structure of the foundation that we see they exist. And I knew when he became a member of the core team that there is a possibility, and there is 100% chance he'll come. And now it is there. You go right across, you see him, he writes any rubbish because it's the same brain, it's the same thing, but what do? You kill one for the other, even though it's harming many people. What just we do, we give to his soul that he rises. Is peace to him hurting the other one, or the peace to the other one knowing the other one is hurting but they can't do anything with it? He's written so much rubbish about me and Arwen, but we just bless his soul. There's nothing else we can do. We know, and it's been. So what do? We make a bandwidth of criminals, and then this part they're not there. And what happened to the other guy in the same body? We have to be overlooking but understanding. But on the other hand, what do?
Mr. Keshe, can the two halves be brought together in that case to kind of confront and acknowledge each other or something like that?
Yes, there is a way to do it. The way to do it, I do it on a frequent basis because that's the only way to make them aware of. They are usually aware of, but recording it and showing them with the new technology brings them to understand the position of it, and they change slowly. They don't change, but they become aware of their parameters, what they've done and what they do. Because this way is outside, but they have to see themselves inside, you know. I always say it because this is something for years I had to handle, to understand it as part of, since 1980s. When I start working and research on these people, the best way is to with the new modern technology is to video the condition and then show to the other one, which is when you see. And there could be many others, 1, 3, 4 people in the same body. And they become aware, and you can just make a small reminder and it changes. We can't punish one if twins, one of them drops the let's say a plate of ice cream, you don't hit the other one because the other one has done it to both of them. You have to understand, it's us who's got to mature. And that's the only way we can do. Otherwise, keeping quiet sometimes is a good way, but they're aware of it. They know it's happening because they're part of it. And it's for them for us to elevate their soul. At least one to be the other, because all it needs to do is confirmation of existence. Nothing else. Why do these go and kill the parents or somebody and they do, and the other one commits suicide? I explained this before. Because one cannot accept the other, or one doesn't see the other. We got a couple of world leaders are on that border. They're totally, but they have managed to cover it. But people like us who are experts in it, we see it. Now, one of the more powerful people in the world are in that position, but they have managed to cover it very, very carefully and fully. But you see it. This is shots from a mile. But what do you do with them? I see you put something on the screen. Are there any other questions before we see these gadgets you're trying to show?
Well, there are other questions. I thought that this video might be appropriate in terms of, we were talking about sort of two aspects of this personality, and in a way it's the interaction of fields, you might say, but separated. And in this video, it's a time lapse of the GANs making process through these two coils, and it's from Angelo Dahl, and perhaps Angelo can talk about it a bit. But let's maybe address our questions first before we look at the video. Perhaps if you want to finish with questions, Mr. Keshe, first.
Okay, let's watch it. We have a break.
Okay, and it might inspire the questions to continue. We do have Estella and Lawrence both with their hands up right now. and also Rui and Chao. So there are several questions, but perhaps this will be inspiring.
It seems that we're getting bombarded by the Universal Council members, huh? Rui, Chao, Mushfaq, and
yes,
the other one. I
that's
think we
good.
caused a lot of problem for them in the teaching of last weekend.
Well, they've been too quiet for too long, so they need to have a bit of fire underneath them to get them going there. So I think that's
they need the weekend to match up. Okay, let's go through this and then we watch the other one. We'll answer.
Okay, now I promoted Angelo, so maybe Angelo, if there's something you want to speak about this, or if Mr. Kesh says something along the way. This video is about 4 minutes, so let me play it and we'll just see how it goes here. If anybody, if either of you want to comment on it, might be appropriate. Okay, here we go. I don't think there's sound with this video. So as I mentioned before, this is a time lapse over a number of hours, and it's I think it's at 1 frame per second. And okay, we're about halfway through. Angelo, is there anything you wanted to say about this or to set up this video?
Yes, hello everybody. My name is Angelo. I'm from Romania, and this is a setup of CH3 GANS reactor. We made it in this weekend. We had a big meeting with a lot of Keshe Foundation members from Romania, and as some of you know, I do a lot of work with observing the fields and the creation of GANS in these reactors. But in this weekend we had also the technical support to do it much better. You can see this. So thank for everybody who participates and help us also with technical support. In principle, I send you, Rick, 2 videos. This is one of them, and this is, as you can see, a setup of an CH3 reactor. On the right side, we have a fire nano-coated copper coil, and on the left side, we have a zinc-coated iron wire coil. This is the video without a recipient of CH3 GANS on the top. The other video is the same setup, the same reactor, everything is the same, but on the top of the water, we have a recipient with CH3 gas in order to make, try to achieve H2, deuterium. And you can see clearly the difference between these two videos, the creation of fields. You will see in this video that the GANS fields are attracted to this ball and in the middle, and you can see the vortexes created there. It will be a nice vortex, you will see, and it is very clearly to see the interaction of fields between the coils, between the CH3 GANS ball on the top and everything else. Also, you can see clearly that the GANS fields appears from the top of the water, or in the other case, through the wall of the reactor. So it is clearly not the process of electrolysis, like maybe a lot of skepticals think that this is the truth about our reactors. So, but now I don't want to say much more. You just look at the video, and after that, maybe Mr. Cash can explain us more, because we see a clear interaction between these two coils, between the GANS created and the GANS recipient on the top. And I think it is something like we want to achieve in our spaceships, but I don't know exactly. So, thank you.
Okay, that's the end of that video. So we see, Angelo, we see the fields. Is it your understanding that the material seems to be drawn up toward the ball that's floating at the top? Is that the idea?
Yes, it is my observation, because as you hadn't seen in the other video, it was not present, this recipient, and the fields were very different. The whole motion was very different. And we have here, let's say, something like a star formation between these two different coils, between the GANS created in the water and the GANS ball. And we have a three-dimensional vortex rotation observed. I can also share a picture from another point of view of this reactor.
Okay, and let me just quickly show the other one again, just to for comparison.
Of course.
And I'll run that through sort of on fast motion here too. Okay, so this is basically the same setup, but without the ball on the top, correct?
Exactly.
Definitely much different in the response.
Okay, but where was the ball? Wasn't on the top, was it on the side?
No, I'll go back to the other video there, Mr. Keshe.
Yeah, I understand. I understand. What was interesting when you watch this, you know this GANs, ball of GANs they had, which they put on the top? When they did the first one, which you've seen, where was that ball of GANs?
Oh, I see what you're saying, right?
Because
so
you see this coming from the window on the left in.
Okay, so I'll go back to
from that way. So it must have been somewhere else. But this is the what we said, you know, in the agriculture, that they put a seed, one with the nano GANs material or whatever with it, and not the other one now, and they put in the same fridge. And they say this one has a GANs and the other one doesn't have. I would say that when you do a test in agriculture, it's going to be miles away, you know, 20, 30 meters away. Where was that ball of GANs, which then you put it on the top? It must be somewhere on the left-hand side there. We see a lot of it.
No, it was exactly between the two coils.
No, in this picture, where was the GANs ball? Where was the GANs
first
ball?
one, where is the GANs ball?
In this picture, we don't have a GANs ball.
I know, but there was it.
I don't know. It was maybe 2 meters.
Try it again. It must be somewhere on this side.
This is the big critical factor that Mr. Keshe is pointing out. Where was the ball? And did it affect it?
It could be in the other room, but sitting on the direction of, it could be, huh? This is just a logical sequence of understanding plasma.
Yes, it is very logical, because the GANs ball was about 2 meters away in the right direction, so in the direction of flowing, of the field flowing.
Where we see the first GANs appear.
No, on the right side, the direction of the flowing of the GANs.
Okay, so why does it appear there and not there? All in one side. It has to do with the position of, you shouldn't have the GAN. When you took this, you shouldn't have brought the GANs at all into the room. If you can run a test again and come back with it, because this, then we see why. This is like a wall going down, it bringing the second wall down, but we don't see that the first wall actually is the cause of the other wall coming down. Has the field slowed down enough to be slowing down, or is somebody had a GANs field there, or is it the behavior of the what do you call it, zinc oxide coating? But if you have zinc oxide nano coated the zinc oxide with iron inside, so I don't think you have any or very little bit left, and that's where the reaction comes in. But then you centralize it. This, the second video which you showed, is very interesting, because it proves, or it shows a lot of things what we say about the CO2. The field interaction between the two brings what is down. But did you measure how much after, at the end of the GANs was left in the ball, or is it the same amount? Run it for 2-3 days. Are you pulling in the GANs from, or you have created a dynamic field? This is what I'm gonna, and just as it is, I mean, these are maybe part to look at. It doesn't mean that, no, I don't need this one, cancel this one, I need this, just wait. What I want trying to say is, do you remember, I drew it here, we had this, we showed in the Sunday teaching that we had 2 reactors creating a field, and then we put a third reactor that it led to creation of gold or whatever. Is it that you have put this thing in, now you predetermine the condition so everything comes through here? Is it taking from this, or has this created a field here because you're talking about the GANs, you're not talking about the matter state, that this new field draws from this one, because the GANs is metal based, not copper based. Copper creates a static condition. You understand? So if you can do some other further demonstrations, we learn from it. It's fantastic to see these things, but when you say there wasn't here 2 meters away, we say the fields can be detected 20 meters away. Don't even bring it in the room, don't bring it in the house, but do a test and then bring it in and see what it is.
Yes, of course, I want to get further with these tests. I have some equipment at home. I buy some equipment to make this test further.
It's good to know if it can be done, that we can see, or other knowledge seekers who can do this. It's strange enough. Yesterday, when I was speaking to the Keshe Foundation Research Center guys, I said it wants to get a fish tank. I said make sure you make a hole that you can video. It just doesn't go by assumption something happened, because something which is we are considering. Can I have a blank sheet, please? I mentioned earlier on. Can I have a white, or I'll bring it myself. One of the things which we have to consider is this, that our people, okay, they produced material from the interaction of the fields, but that's an open space. What we ask them is not cage it, cover it. We know it's still going to be something from outside, but we want to know if this something from outside, it still leads to the creation of whatever you made before, while you're repeating the same scenario. And then put nano-coated copper, put non-nano-coated copper, put a zinc, and put non-nano-zinc, put aluminum, non-aluminum, and see what happens to this guy in the middle. Does the matter changes? Because when this is gone, we are new condition. This is what I said even with the soul of the man. You have the soul, now you come to the physicality. When you change it, what are you going to be seen? On Earth you need 2 legs and 2 arms. On planet Zeus you need 20 legs and 14 arms, and on the planet whatever. So it's the condition confirms what's happening here, but the soul radiation, the field of the matter, is the same as it goes out. Not just because it's created it. Now it's created it, dictates. So what am I going to see here? It's a very nice experiment. It's just strange when we speak about something and the other people come up with it at the same time. Not to find the answer.
Oh, this is something that it happens to me very, very often in the last time. I think about something, and after then you talk about it in the.
Oh, because the souls are all getting connected. We all one piece.
Exactly.
So we'll find a solution to it, because this will bring peace to somebody. It's needed somewhere to be in that spectrum. We saw many people, even in the core, what the Universal Council members, after the Sunday teaching, they wanted to see a proof. The strength of their own soul was not enough, but now it's good. They've seen something, they believe in it. So that strengthens the soul. We are too physical, but if you step back, we see a lot of beauties with the creation. We don't need any proof of. It's not just with the foundation, with everything in the universe. I said one day to a friend of mine, you know, when we take man to space, we have to bring a jaw clapper, because their mouth will drop all the times, and you say just close your mouth, don't let the flies get in. You see so much strange and beautiful thing that he could not even imagine. And they say his jaw dropped, so we need a jaw clapper to keep it shut, because there's so much beauty to see. And these things you show, it's part of learning. We need to know, and we were thinking, well, we talk about it, and then you come up with this. It's nice. Try to expand it and come and share with us. This is a beautiful thing that you start, as we asked a few weeks ago, bringing back your works to show us, and we share knowledge. And this is a very beautiful job. I was aware of your meeting. I was told you are having a meeting in Romania, but with the teachings on Saturday, Sunday, we could not join you. I hope you had a wonderful time.
Thank you. Yes, it was a beautiful meeting, and we have a lot of results, and a lot of data we had to understand and put it together, but it was very, very proactive. And finally, we are on the course of being one and setting the direction.
This has been one of the problems with the Romanian community. Too many people try to divide to prove that they are somebody, but you're all gradually becoming wise to find out you are all somebody, and you're all wanting to be there. And that's nice. We're aware. We've been aware of the problems in the Romanian group, but now I hope it's sorted, and you will work all as one team, and we'll see where we go.
Yes, we hope to.
In German Cash Foundation, there is some sort of the same thing, and in Mexico and what they call it, Portuguese, and the Spanish group is the same. We're trying to just try to one thing, to understand we are here for the peace of mankind, not for our ego, and then we'll see where we go.
If you allow me, I have some pictures to share about other experience I do at home. Exactly the same setup, but with very different results in the creation of
You
field.
see, you cannot. This is one of the problems, especially those of you who do a lot of work at home. Your rooms are full with fields. God knows what you're doing and where it comes from. This is beautiful to see a lot of work done, but when you show fields work, you have to remember where was the cat and where did you left the last guns and the rest of it. And be very careful when you do tests, especially in the home. Analyze your results, what you had there before, what's the nearest to, and then you start learning that you take everything in, all the factors into the work, and then you come more or less to better conclusions. You can share it with us. I stop sharing.
Okay. So this was the setup of the same reactor about 1 week before this meeting and this video. So this is the setup. I closed this fish tank and I sealed it also. And these are the fields that are created.
What is the same thing, not nano-coated, just the copper nano-coated?
No, just a moment, because this is I see this is the other reactor. I have here nano-coated copper on the right side and have zinc on the left side, not zinc coated iron, just zinc. But I have also the pictures of the same reactor with zinc coated iron. Just a moment. Yes. So I share it now. You can see.
Yeah.
So this was the content of CH3 I put in the container. After then I seal it, close it, I seal it, I fill it. And very interesting. Also, I have a video of this made in our meeting with the fresh coil, like here, with the fresh zinc coated iron coil. And the interesting thing is that the CO2 gas appears every time on the side of the copper, nano-coated copper coil. And just after then starts the production of CH3 on the left side.
Yes, that's correct. That's because logically you have two ways. The CO2 gets loaded first, and that's what we say pure zinc CO2 CO2 without zinc is more or less very hard. You always have factor of zinc in it. Depends how you set it up and if you created the right current flow between them. If you don't put a load, you only get the zinc oxide. If you put a load between the copper and zinc, you get the CO2.
It's a complete another field, but also on this table I had a lot of other GANSes. I had a two-coil system, so yes, it is a big influence here. It's a beautiful picture, I can say, and a beautiful interaction of fields, but these fields are not present in the setup.
Can I ask you a question? If you do this kind of work, can you put a load like a LED between the two plates? Not a direct, that energy compensation is there, and see how the reaction changes. When you don't do that, you create zinc oxide.
Of course.
And we know that all the time. And people just connect the wire to the other one without compensating for the energy losses. And unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. So this actually proves what we said all the time. And then hopefully you can show it to us the other way. These are beautiful pictures. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, and I hope everybody can understand a little bit more, including me. And I will.
It'll be interesting if you use the same setup and put a load. It'll be very, and then at the same time make sure there is nothing else. You have to look what's in the other side that it forces one plate to react first. You understand? This is important. In the room, when you take these kind of pictures of what has been there, that is clean area or behind the wall, it's very hard. I was in the university a few weeks ago and I was trying to explain as part of the Keshe Foundation medical research. They are doing some research for us, the PhDs in the university, and they had some tanks, fish tanks like this. And I said to the guy who's the head of the research, I said, listen, leave a tank here and take another tank in the garden. He looked at me. I said, this you're dealing with the GANs, so you don't know if you put across the room, it's the same effect. He said, what can we do then? I said, nothing. Use the garden of the university as a playing field for everything. Far distance from each other, you know what you're doing and monitor everything else. This is the problem with the GANs in the research. We have to be free of, or we are already dictated by. We look at the GANs inside at the fields, but we forget one of the major things. I've done a test. You do a test, you'll understand what I'm talking about. Let me show you what it is. This is a very interesting way to test it, but if you can record it, you show the fish tank, yeah, and then you showed your two things, and keep exactly the same. Run the same fish tank next time and do this. Put a nanomaterial underneath.
Yes.
Or separate the floor away from it, just wash it with nanomaterial, away, not directly from, and see if the changes. And you'll see big changes.
Okay, I will do it.
You understand? And then it'll show you.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Thank you for all your teachings.
Yeah, but connect with the up and put a load on it, see how it changes, because this is an unbalanced field towards the heavier material, which is the zinc, which that's why we put a resistor to create a balance. And that energy balance, and depends how you put your LED, will create a condition of only atmospheric condition will prevail most of the time. And we'll see the difference. If you can come back every few weeks or whatever, show us the pictures, we just add it up in the archives, and then we can make a, or you can make a, like a research paper from it, we publish.
Okay, I will.
Thank you very much indeed.
Just maybe one picture I want to show
I hope it's not a cat.
Our team.
Yeah.
It's a team photo, if you allow, from us in this weekend. Thank you.
Oh, is that your team? Ah, I see.
Yes, this was our team in this weekend, and some of the gadgets, as you say, we are dealing with.
I've got a more clear picture that I can share, Angelo. Yours
Okay.
is coming through fuzzy there, maybe because of one of the settings on Zoom.
Of course. Thank you, Rick.
I know a few of these faces, have seen them before. Thank you very much for sharing with us.
Just want to say again, thank you, Mr. Cash. Thank you, everybody, for all the souls, for all the energy. And thank you for all attendees in this weekend. It was amazing, and we have a lot to do together, of course. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other question? We've passed on 3 hours.
Yes, indeed. We have quite a few people actually with their hands up, so maybe we can sort of quickly run through. Let's see here. Not sure if, I think we're missing one hand that was up, but that's okay. Let's go to, we've got Lawrence. Would you like to go ahead? I'll allow you to talk there.
Hello.
Hello.
Good day to you. Thank you very much for letting me speak. Hello, Mr. Cash. I'm Lawrence Zegledy. I've been listening to your teaching.
I'm actually one that right off the bat.
I beg your pardon? Hello?
Sorry, it's another microphone was open there. Go ahead.
You asked the question why we are here. I think we are all children of God. We have been created in the image of God, and God is the creator of the whole universe. So we are here in the process of maturing, of becoming co-creators and understanding how creation works so that we understand ourselves. This is why we're here. And I've been presenting an idea yesterday in plasma reactor group to the other knowledge seekers. And I have a few questions on how to create a spaceship without motors. My first question is that you've been teaching us about nano-coated materials and another metal, say for example, nano-coated copper and zinc create the field strengths of 6, which then, if we put it in a salt solution, creates the GaNs of CO2, which is basically a hard copy, a materialized version of the field. And you have been advising us many times that we should focus mostly on the fields. So would it not be enough just to use MAGRAF coil setup with one nano-coated copper wire and a zinc wire connected with each other? Or for example, a tube of these two materials slided each other to create the plasmatic field strengths of, say, 6, as we used in the CO2 production. And then use another similar ring or tube composed of nano-coated copper and iron to create the field strength of 3. And if we combine the two, we will have a gradient difference. And as far as I understood, you said that we should use aluminum to create shielding around the system. So if we put, say, 3 of the plasmatic field strengths of 6 cores at the bottom, 1 of the plasmatic field strength 3 at the top, and put it in an aluminum pot, which has an atomic mass of 32. So the difference between the nano-coated copper and the aluminum would be 32. That would create a shielding around the system. And I don't know if appropriate, but I would like to ask Rick to show the picture of the vortex tube, because a few weeks ago you've been pointing us to the Iranian cooling system, where they can create cold in the summer by using appropriate piping. And I believe if we use a vortex tube system configuration for the base MAGRAF coil, we can strengthen the fields without using any motors.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that file that you sent me. How did you send me that?
It's alureactor.pdf.
But how did you send it?
It's in the Golden Age of GAN's Facebook group.
Yeah, okay, I'll try to find it there.
You see, part of the way the system you can do is creation of motion in the universe is not done the way we usually do it. Everything is the right way. The creation of motion comes from the rapid gradient difference, but in respect to the third position. And so when you create very strong material here, then you create a weak material here in the same dimension. This middle one becomes the rotator. You understand, sorry? Yeah? So as it comes in, it goes back, but as it comes back, it creates this to rotate. It has no choice, because what it does, it takes a turn and does the same thing. As the other one comes, it has to take a turn. So these two are field rotators, but physically the third one in the middle rotates. You can do this in your dynamic reactors to create motion, and it's very simply done. When you load up your reactors, or space reactors, you can use this. This is what I especially refer to in the teaching, as even on I asked for it to be shown 129, and in a meeting recently I referred to it. This 129, if you look at it, we have 3 systems set up, very weak, very strong, and actually if you look into it, we don't get much motion in this one, but this has to do with this one. This has to create a motion with this one. And then you find out, because of the 2 difference, it creates a motion in this. And this is one of the reasons, if you look, we set the reactors this way. Because it's inevitable that it starts very slowly, and then they have to always to link up with the top. Then they start switching each other out. You're looking for plasma to rotate, you're looking for your GANs to rotate, you're looking for your motor to rotate, then there is something happening. If you can create a dynamic reactor motion, then it goes. But in a way I always say, Mm, everybody on this planet thinks when the people come from the other side, they'll teach them a lot. One of the beauties of human being system is you have discovered a motor. And that puts you a step further. In the space, people to create motion and be so control of it, it is done. But you're, you're, you are mechanically have managed to produce this. So you're a step further. Even if you position your reactors and change speed slightly in your rotation, you create a motion inside. When you stop gradually, you plug it in and it's got to work, otherwise there is something wrong. I plug it in and go holiday for 30 days, I come back, maybe it's working. I go for another 6 months and I say, just start working. And I come back a year later, yes, it's rotating. Then I understand what's happening. You want to be in a star position, travel in the space here. So you have one advantage of having the motors, but understand you can play with the motors, because you're not playing with the motors, you're playing with the fields. And because you can't see the other one thing inside rotating, there is something wrong. As soon as you lots are coming up with more and more, you will see it. The pressure on 129, which was created this way, we detected the flow coming in at 129. We didn't detect the flow going out at 129. And then in reverse we saw the same. You can create motion, of course you can. You don't need any motors. But you don't expect to sit and watch. Nobody sits and watch plasma rotation. If the plasma is rotating in your spaceship, because it's there, they know it creates the field. And it's controlled by another plasma. The speed of the plasma is controlled by another plasma, not by a motor. You see in the pictures we just saw in the fish tank, how the field suddenly blow to the other side and go back. There is no water in there, there is no wind inside. How does this come? It's all magnetic field pulling each other. It's a very beautiful demonstration of the field forces. It's a sealed box, fish tank sealed, nothing there, and you see a gas on the top pulling it up and creates field. So now we will really know it's there. You look at it to see if there is a gas there. I look at the picture as a field flow. How does the field flow in this situation? So the fields are there. Now, how do you want to turn that twist of? You saw it suddenly coming from the right to the left and hitting the glass and then going back up. That's like a hurricane. How can you now, a part of it is slowed down enough to be in the matter state that it can manifest itself and you can see it. So how are you going to use it? Now we know it's real. It's one of the first pictures you can see it. So there is a force there. There is a material there. So use that backlash to get the ganses rotate. You see now how they do. So now that we know the ganses rotate, we don't need to see. So the motion is there, but you have to find a way that it builds up. This is one of the you lot who are working on the space technology and reactor development. You have to understand this. You have 3 reactors, and then you have one here. Your reactor here has to be totally gravitational. And gravitational. Absolutely gravitational. Here has to be absolutely magnetical. But when you load, you have to know how you load it. You put 1 drop of what is in here, in there, that when you collected it, because as it's going to share with this, it's find a new way. So will it takes the other one. And we're coming to the new dimension, which is here, it gets splashed back. You want physicality. Physicality comes from a diamond space structure. So you need a deuterium. And then if you arrange your deuterium in the right way, you get a material, you get your physicality. It's very, very simple. Come on there, open this forum. If I get a chance, as long as everything is orderly, I'll get you to there, but I won't do it for you. I spent 2 or 3 hours today setting up a system up with for the Chinese development. It's nice to be back in the lab. It's nice to be able to get to do things, but I can get it done flown, but I still won't do it because it has to be done by Chinese. I take Chinese into space very soon. It's my commitment to Chinese government and President Xi. It has to be done this way. Understand what you're doing. Try to understand how you do things. Try to understand the field forces, why you're doing it, the way you're doing it. How you can break it down. How you convert field forces into the matter state. As you saw in development of the space technology with John, what you heard John explain to you, as I said, he's a beautiful, what do you call it, student. He literally does, plus adding something from himself on top, plus his knowledge, he gets an Arwen. There's three of us, be pumping at it, but I don't do it for them till they do it. But you saw the video, they can feel the heat. So we have learned conversion of the fields. Why does it come heat? When you have a plasma and then you put a copper plate here, so now it has to change into the matter state. But it comes as a radiation of the field, not as a heat of the heat. And then our body converts it. This is how we have 37 degrees. So now we know how to convert matter into energy, or energy into matter, vice versa. So then you have your reactors. You have to create a funnel for it. You need a heavy, extremely heavy gravitational field. But when you collect it, at the end it has to go out. Read the paper, Universal Order of Creation of Matter, and then you read the creation of gravity, and then the black hole. That's what it is. You cannot just bring it in. When you bring it in, if you show it a way to trap, you bring in 200, and there's nothing 200, but when you push it up 600, it's a massive force by the order of magnitude. So try to understand how fields play, not what you like them to play. Look at the reality and you all move. You all move in the direction of light.
Rick, have you received the...
Yes, I can show that. We won't have time to describe it and so on. We just have to quickly go through. We got several people with their hands up that still need to be addressed here, and we're out of time.
If you share something in Rick's sessions, do not bring it here. We try to keep the two separate.
Oh, okay.
Demonstrate it, because Rick does a beautiful job on Wednesdays. Go to him for the React, that's the physical part. We try to keep it, not to bring it to be shown there, to be shown here. People have to learn to go to both to learn.
Okay, then I'll not show that here, and they can go to the plasma group.
Those are who are really hands-on. They have to learn to come to those theoretical ones. I look after. Don't worry.
My question was very theoretical. Is that, can we leave the phase of GANs out, just use the fields of the nano-coated?
That's the whole purpose. You put an empty ball in your cores.
Yes.
Well,
that's
maybe we can show his picture, because it's not really a physical device yet. It's theoretical, I guess you might say.
Theoretic, what you got to do? I showed you this. I explained this in the teaching. You need empty hollow base. I'll explain that. And then you have to have a GANs. Rick was one of the first ones years ago to start showing the hollow reactor. When you spin it, the GANs creates a hollow wall, but it cannot hold it because When the energy collapses, when the motor stops, everything collapses, the field goes back in. This way you can hold it. When you create the dynamic system and you rotate it, and the gas goes in there, it opens up to a field, then when you close it, everything collapses and it bends. By putting a single hole in there, an empty ball, the material expands, but not the ball. You can literally take this ball out, it's full of plasma fields. It's not empty. And even if you want to expand it more, instead of using the GANs of the, what do you call it, matter state, you can use the GANs of the gas, which is much more powerful. The Chinese achieved this one. The Chinese have achieved the GANs condition of the gas. It's what I see. I said that 2 years, the rest of the world is 2 years behind, minimum, before you understand how to do it. It's so simple. They have achieved gas production of the gas. And so for us to create lift and motion will be very easy. And then if we can go to the steps of the plasma, then we can do a lot. But that is the space, then you go into galaxial and universal transportation.
When you're talking about the deuterium, tritium, and the hydrogen, are you then referring to the ganses of these, or only at the plasmatic field?
Plasmatic section, plasmatic.
Plasmatic section.
But
these plasmatic fields are a result of the interaction of plasmatic fields. So if we say that we have the basic simplest CO2 reactor, we have a plasmatic field strength of 6, the carbon, and we use the.
You see, let me explain to you something, because sorry, I keep on jumping. It's beautiful what you're bringing up. Okay, now look at it this way: you put a system here, a copper coated, and a zinc, yeah, and here you create a CO2, yeah, and here you have the water, correct?
Without the water, we only have the field strength.
Yeah, but you need the salt to create the dimension of it. Now, what happened if you put a motor which is rotating here and it's empty? What's in it? A still plasmatic field of the CO2.
Yes, I don't want to put the water in it because I don't want the material.
But it doesn't matter, you have to put the water to start the process partially, or the moisture does it for you. But because we want to extract physicalities there, but with the plates you have it. So you have a water mud, you put it there, you created the field here. You have to find out which side of the CO2 it sits, yeah? So now you have a carbon here. Totally carbon.
Plasmatic field strengths of 6. For the Caroline core, we need the plasmatic field strengths of the tritium, the deuterium, and the hydrogen. And if we have the 6, and we create a gradient pull with the iron and the nano-coated copper, which is 3, then the 6 moves into the direction of the 3. And when the 3 gets fed back to the 6, in the middle, due to the vortex of the plasmatic field, the hydrogen and the deuterium and the tritium separate themselves. It's all about the creation of the Caroline core. That's what we were talking about. And
yes, but you see,
for the spaceship and everything.
Yes, in a way. You are correct, but in the universal condition, we don't have these things. We are very limited in strength of materials. So you look at the core, if you look at this carbon, if you look at the carbon, is in reality a condition of it, which is 6 of the hydrogen, deuterium, sorry. You understand?
Yes.
So now you have 6 of deuterium. What's the size of this? What the ratio is the ball? And how you can place it as a ball itself. And then if you go a step back on it, if you can create a hydrogen, and then you create a deuterium and you can correct it tritium. But if you confine it within what do you call a carbon, so your gradient becomes very massive, doesn't it? The rotation in the first and the second core is inevitable. It'll happen.
Yes, it's this basic simple reactor, this what we would call a static reactor, because it's created a field of 6. It already has all the ingredients that we use later on. My understanding is that we then need a gradient, a plasmatic field difference with another GaNs or metal.
Okay, now we go
condition.
back. You brought something up which I explained years ago. Now we go to it. Because I think if you are matured into it, the rest have to understand. We go back to one of the first boxes of the CO2 boxes, which the design was done this way, which we could put different plates on different condition of it, correct? If you remember?
Yes.
So if you remember, this is the zinc, for example, and this is a copper, yeah? So if you put a ball here in the middle, so you have in it a carbon, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Carbon, by order of the plasma strength, it goes in the center. Yeah?
Yes.
Now you have a carbon, you have another, sorry, you have the copper here. Now you add a zinc ion, yes?
Yes.
Which now this gives you a H3.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
So your hydrogen sits here. This is your tritium. Correct?
Yes.
Now you have to choose another material on this side of the board. Yeah, we have this one here, and then you have the option to choose another material here, and then you have an option to choose another material here. Correct?
Yes.
The choice of the option, because here you're still creating the carbon, here as a carbon denominator. Because you chose, the only nanomaterial you chose was the copper. Yeah? So the rest you are playing with metals. Correct?
Yes.
So the next material you have to consider, you already received your carbon, you already, that's 12, or what do you call it, let's say on the proton sides, yes? No, on the system of the energy is easier.
Plasmatic field strength, let's say 6.
Yeah, we put it on a plasmatic field strength, okay? I have to go here to get it back. Okay, so now we have the carbon in the middle. Sorry, the carbon is blue. We have the carbon in the middle. We have tritium outside it. Now we need to get the deuterium. How can we get the deuterium? Which is 1, 1, and 1. Yeah? So do what Giovanni does. Sit down and balance it out. Yeah? So now your reactor has become totally plasmatic. So what you're going to do, let's say you choose a material which becomes deuterium. Correct?
By totally plasmatic, you mean it's in the Caroline core state?
Everything is in the Caroline core state. So now you have found the fourth material. Okay? And this is the fourth material. Now, you need hydrogen. Where is your hydrogen going to be? Yeah? You need this here. So you need the hydrogen because it's of the lowest order to sit here. So you have a choice of 2 more metals. Or combination of the fields of these gives a condition. You have to remember one thing. Zinc, zinc. Yeah. What is the zinc plus something, or a zinc plus something, or a zinc plus something, which can give you this?
Yes, I understand.
You understand?
Composite material.
One of your best option to create a hydrogen on its own, which is 1 electron, 1 proton, which you're looking for a neutron. In reality, energy fields of a neutron is very simple. You need a copper, because somewhere in the field spectrum of the copper and nanocopper coated, there is a release-free hydrogen.
The isotope.
Pardon? Yeah, one of its isotopes.
Yes, yes, yes.
You understand? So now what you have a gradient difference between the inside and outside. It will turn 100% the deuterium, and it will turn the tritium. Tritium will become the feeder of the, what do you call it, the feeder of the energy. The carbon in the middle, because of its plasmatic condition, it becomes a reflector. Then deuterium plays the game of carbon, gives you solidification. And then you get a motor rotating. It gets your plasma rotating.
Yes, and then we need to understand how to control the system, because
very easy, extremely easy, extremely easy.
We have an effect on the systems, and up until
You
now
can,
we've been
let me explain to you. You have within your position your amino acid. You still have that carbon dominator here. And then you have the connection of the hydrogen with it.
So we move it like our hands?
By emotion.
Yes, by our will.
Yes.
And this is why we should pray to the reactor, give our magnetic field. So
yeah, the thing is, this is a totally plasmatic. This is one of the reasons in the teachings of the original GAN system. Always, if you go back in the recordings, many times, 3-4 times, I refer to it, and so people are not ready for it. They don't understand. If you look at one of the original designs, we had brackets here. You could put material behind to change gases. But now, I always say, when somebody understands part, I explain all of it. So in fact, if you put a ball in here, you don't need to do anything else. You can contain it, and this becomes your, what do you call it, plasma field holder. But you need deuterium, especially 6 to 1, but it's an order of magnitude. But you have to go back on the carbon plasmatic magnetic field, which is the order of magnitude of 120 to 1 compared to the hydrogen. So it's a huge power point to create lift and shift. But if you can create this condition in 3 levels, then you have to find how you can feed this up to do it. This is what I said in the discussion few minutes ago, half an hour ago. You have to develop tools to achieve what you want to achieve. You just halfway, you don't know what to do with it, it's no good.
This system.
You understand?
Yes, this system alone can fly.
Yes, but where do you want to fly to? Where is your protection? You like to sit on the chair going nowhere. This has been tested for millions of years, but if you don't understand it, you cannot do much with it. Because you actually can create, if you understand the process, you can create subatomic, subnuclear, and then use the neutron as a feeder. Because when you go into the structure of the atomic physical structure, I lost it, let me get it back. When you go deep into the structure of the nuclear and nucleus process, It's not just a plasma, it's the combination of plasmas. And if you can understand, this is what I explained, when man goes further to understand creation of the plasma from the plasma, is when you reach the total maturity of universal transportation. But you're not there. There's no use explaining it to you.
In the universe, we will not have nothing else but the fields to work on. We will not have any matter.
In a dimension of what we call, we travel above this. This is what are called, just means when you travel within the plasma of the plasma. Because neutron then is a plasma itself, but you can create the plasma of the neutron and understand the subdivision of it, then you're in different realm of real world of creation of the speed. But what I said, I teach man everything. That when it comes to space, is not falling behind. It doesn't come in slave, but man chooses the slave, the level of his slaveness, in a way, if you understand it.
Yes.
You understand? So you push the boundary of the science, and it's there. I can teach you everything about the universe. I don't have, but you don't understand. What's the use teaching? So when you go into the division of the subplasma, if you hear this, what do they say? A ridiculous thing. Positive and negative quarks and blah blah. These are all plasmas, but if you can use a subdivision, because you see, if you take this as the center of a plasma, let me say the hydrogen is here, so you can imagine how powerful this center is. Yeah. Now, if you go in the shape of that center, then you see what sits in it. Still there is a subdivision of it. It still goes back in deep, but it still has its own characteristics and the fields of it. So if you can use that, you're already in the speed beyond imagination of the man, and now you go and play with it. You create the fields of this the way you created the field in that box. You understand?
Yes.
And then you enter a different dimension. You go from universe to universe in a flick of a, not even a flick of a finger, on the speed of thought of the man.
Is God. It's the creation. It's everything. We are
That's
the filter strengths that when we manipulate the matter. It's the.
At the moment, man only understands matter. What's the use of teaching him what he doesn't understand? But believe enough knowledge that in the future man can explore.
Now the task is to understand how we go from matter back to the Caroline core state, the fifth reactor, the imaginary reactor, the invisible reactor within the tetrahedron configuration, so that that we can play with another soul that is not a physical reproduction as we give birth to our child, but a creation of our understanding of how the fields work. So basically we are giving birth to a new being when we create a spaceship. And
yes, but we got to understand the whole understanding is to understand more in depth the true level of creation, because when you enter the true dimension of creation, you'll find out there are ways to interact, not to manipulate, is to interact, that the outcome, the result is what you wanted. But man is far behind to understand these things. It's not there yet. And even when you look around Keshe Foundation, very, very few, even very, it doesn't come to more than a handful of people who might even touch in some dimensions. Those who try to fly have not understood the reality of what they have not understood, and they have to understand, then they fly. But flying is not objective. Understanding to travel the depth of the universe without flying, which is through the soul of the man, is the whole objective of teaching.
Yeah, the objective is, in my understanding, that we become like you, like teachers for others who have. So we have a hard path of getting mature, and all the difficulties of understanding we will be incorporating with our way of teaching others. So we will share the knowledge with others, because just like you are sharing the knowledge with us, we will be your children, and we will be sharing just like you share with us. So we will be teachers of other beings, other souls who are not yet mature, who are also maybe stuck at the material level on their planet Zeus, whatever that material level may be. And we will give them the gift, just like you gave to Noemi the gift you gave from your soul, and she accepted it. If we accept the knowledge, if we accept the gift, then we elevate ourselves. And the spaceship, whether we will be wanting materials or we will be wanting health from it, it will be a soul-to-soul plasmatic gradient transfer, what we call feeding or feeling, with which we sustain then ourselves. Once we have the understanding of how to move the fields, it doesn't matter if we create matter out of it, because we don't really need it anymore. We will only work on the fields just like God is doing.
The thing is, if you listen to some of the teaching recently, I have mentioned 1 or 2 times, but people don't understand in what you just explained. That you can have one person that through his soul we trust to give our souls, and he becomes the captain of the spaceship through his own ship. Or if you have 4 people who can, in a way, we make the core to make it dynamic, but as I said before, the soul of the man is dynamic. If the 4 sincere souls decide to, they can create the spaceships out of their soul for the rest of humanity. This is done many, many times, where the creatures become the source and the vessel. Many, many times. I've witnessed it many times, and it's so beautiful. But man's not mature to that point yet. We are always thinking, what happens to me next? What me? And
because we consider ourselves individual, where in fact we are tissue. We are not only the cells, but we are already tissue.
Yeah, but something which was very, very interesting. Sometimes you see things and then people make it for another thing, but you look at it in different aspects, different dimensions. Humans are very selfish, and only them count. And this is what is one of the pitfalls with it. Watch a movie called Breath. It's very recent release. Just watch it and you understand how the woman gives her life for the man, and the man decides at the end, I don't want to be uncomfortable. I choose where I go, when I go. And I thought this is a typical of mankind. It doesn't matter what we sacrifice, what we not sacrifice, what we give. At the end, the humans are very selfish, and they want to choose theirs. Their comfort comes, doesn't matter what to you. So when a point comes that the man matures enough, then 4 men can stand to create a spaceship, and that's the time when the man moves from this planet. The sincerity of point of the soul of the man will count. That'll become the spaceship. And then, because it's a common denominator, they carry the souls with them, but that needs a lot of maturity and a lot of man.
I think many populations have already done this earlier.
Of course,
not
of course.
only Abraham, but many, many others.
Of course, I've witnessed many of it, and it's beautiful when you see, when you become the vessel, the physicality goes. The way it's done, when you witness it, is when you see the physicality diminishes and it turns into a light. And amazing enough, because the soul is the controller inside of it, it has a conscious, he's aware of the other souls. And in that process, the other souls decide what I'm going to be lower, that I can create the condition. It's not that I'm going to be higher to give. And that process starts a whole circle, as you say, in rotation of the plasma fields without motor. And what you see the strongest is the one who actually is more powerful giver. It's in giving has no condition to give unconditionally. You see that soul moving to the top core, and then in the flesh the system is made. And awareness comes totally in the dimension of the field of the totality. Man is not mature to that yet. Not yet.
When the need arises.
I don't think men will come to that point. They're so selfish that the need does not count. Anyway, we're getting to nearly 4 hours.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for bringing such a beautiful knowledge. Shall we call it a day, Rick?
Yes, I suppose so. Thomas was the only one left with his hand up here, I believe.
I'm exhausted.
Yes, so let's end it for today. That's very good, Mr. Keshe.
If we can go out with whatever you like, whichever tape you like, please.
I believe Flint has something special for us.
Please, before we forget, please do not forget Keshe Foundation relies on donation from now on to be able to expand rapidly. And use the American, PayPal for the donations, or the American bank account for donation, that we can use it as we explain in the very near future. Why? The whole process of the Keshe Foundation Global works in that way from now on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. I think it would be a good time for those very, very well-off people on the planet to start thinking about donating to the Keshe Foundation to rapidly increase the presence and the abilities to expand and into a whole new future for mankind. So I prompt your very rich friends to please donate. I think that's important. Lots of people donate that don't have very much money, and very seldom the people that do have lots of money actually donate. And it's time for that to change, and time for those people to come up to the plate, as they say. Okay, let's wrap it up for today. This has been the 220th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, April 19th, 2018. And as always, thank you everybody for attending. And thank you, Flint, for playing our going out music here, I believe.
The process of understanding is very simple. The process is, as I explained last time, I explained more in detail. We are created out of the rays within the center of the universe. In interaction and reduction in strength and division by the strength in certain strength fields, in collection of the totality of the expansion of the universe, some energies, some dynamic fields have come together. Over billions of years, these fields lead to the creation of what we call the sun. Where the plasma gathers together. The same process repeats again because the sun is the same as the energy center of the universe. Now, the heavier, the larger amount of the energy which is collected in this span of the universe, we call the sun, that irradiates out, does the same thing again. Radiates its fields out, and in interaction with the itself, with the fields of itself, leads to creation of planet. In that process of the creation of planet, the same process happens again. In the interaction of the fields of the earth with its environment and cooling and exchange with the strength of the other things in the environment of the space of the solar system, leads to creation of man, cell, matter state. And that itself, in coming together and slowing down in certain ways, as we call, leads to another sun. We call the soul of the man. This is the truth about the life and creation of the man. But if the soul of the man can understand and absorb and be correct with his conduct, he can become the strength of the fields and carry the strength of the field of the planet which came to this creation. And if the soul can understand with the same process, can interact, can be correct, can absorb with itself the totality of the strength of what it needs, it shall become the sun. And then the same soul has the energy that it can absorb within the solar system, within the galaxy, shall become the center of the universe. Earth, we call it the rain, come from and goes back to. Solar system, we call it planetary system. We come from the rays, we become the planet, and we go back to the mother. The same thing happens with the galaxies, with the solar systems, which they get absorbed back in and they chewed up back into the universe. The life, the process of existence in the universe is the same. It doesn't matter on what exchange and what extent. So, what is the man fighting for? Why do we fight for something which has come from the point of the creation, and in the process it goes back to the creation? The soul of the man, as the energy of the earth, gives the face of the man, the face of the earth, and that process is the same for the soul of the man. Our soul, in reduction in strength, in interaction with the emotion of the field of the environment, leads to manifestation of the existence of the man. But once it's completed, does it need the face? Or can it be and becomes free from it, what we call the soul of the man, be free and detached from its existence? Our soul is part of the process of the creation. the key to one question, who man shall be in the future, to be answered. As we saw the sun became the earth, and as we saw the earth became man's soul, what would be the destiny of the soul of the man now becomes free at the point of departure from physicality. Would it become the sun for creation of another life, or many lives, or correction of lives? This shall be, and this is how it happens. When you create a soul which is not correct, which is misconduct by itself, cannot give, you lead to the creation of this next cycle of creation, which has started the wrong way, the wrong strength. This is one thing the man has never understood. You become the creator of another universe, another cycle. And this is what you have to judge with the destruction of the soul of the man. What would I like that cycle to be? In the physical life, we create children. In the dimension of the life of the soul of the man, what that man, what that soul will create. If man has thought up to now, that's it, my end, my point, when I die is finished, there's as much fallacy that when the sun is destroyed in any shape or form, there shall be nothing left. But we know the part of the sun becomes part of the galaxy and becomes part of new life. So shall be the soul of the man. The judgment of the man has to be according to what he sees the future his soul can conduct to be. The day of judgment is for the man, not in front of the Creator. That what my soul judges to be and what shall create. Man never understood and shall never understand till can solve this dilemma within itself. The reality is very, very, very real. And that is, as we've seen, the energy of the galaxy become the sun, the energy of the sun has become the earth, and the energy of the earth has become the soul of the man. So shall be the soul of the man, which is the energy itself, another cycle of life. How can you change when you don't understand? How can you change the process of understanding if you do not understand the process of the creation? Do we need to extend the understanding of the man that what is the future he brings? We care about our children, what education they get, what they wear, how happy they'll be, where they sleep. Now the man has to be careful and consider what life shall my soul create, because those are the children of your soul. As we see, the rays of the sun has become a planet and 7 billion children of it. 7 billion unlimited, which is growing. So the soul of the man will go through the same process. How many billions and subdivisions and sub-matter state of the physicality of the man your soul shall create? Would it be the soul of wars and conflict and forever killing? Or would it be the soul of this, let's say, solar system, which is peaceful? This is the truth and the reality about the soul of the man. First of all, as I said many times recently, we never understood that the soul of the man is within the structure of the man. And now that we understood, we understand on departure from the physicality of the man, the same process will carry on as it did for a star or planet. And the soul of the man becomes another energy source, a higher order, which itself leads to the creation. It becomes the star, it becomes the center of a new cycle of creation. This is what the human race has to understand. The cycle actually starts from the point of death and not finishes at the point of death. In so many ways, if one understands, is as the dusts, specks of dust came together to make the earth in the solar system, so has the specks of the atoms has come to be the creator of man. And the essence of the creation of the specks of dust of the solar system has led to the creation of man. So shall be the fields from the soul of the man which lead to creation of another cycle of life. What kind of life man would like to have to be created by the soul? This is the day of judgment. This is what man never understood. Now you have to understand. You have no choice. Up to today you were not aware of it. From today you are aware of it. You are responsible for it. Your conduct has to be to elevate your soul. That in elevating the soul, what you become the creator of stands correct in the conduct of existences. We don't give fairy tale. This is the truth. But as you've seen, the process does not stop with one sun. The cycle carries on. Now knowing the fact to handle the fact. It'll take decades for man to understand, and then you understand those who become the tools of war, the tools of conflict. They have less, they have nothing to start with. They have to become the dust in the solar systems of the others till the day they learn more, as they cannot create a new cycle through their own soul. This is the elevation of the soul of the man. To be part of the creation of a beautiful life for the next cycle. When you don't have it, you have to become another cell in the body of the structure of the bigger, for you to be just there that you can done when you could have been the soul of the man. They say, do not create fear. I give you the point of love for creation. If you cared about your children on this planet to have the best, your true children come out of your own soul in the coming time. How would you like to educate them? How would you like to be when you are in conflict with yourself and the cause of so much mayhem? This is the truth, and the man will take a long time to understand, as now that we understand the soul of the man is an operator for the creation of the future extent of the life of the man. Whatever is gathered by the soul at the end becomes his point of reference of his own creation of his own dimension. But the strangest thing is, what he creates from his soul shall become the creator of the other souls. This is the beauty about the creation, and one understands it, understands no limitation.